Thank you so much. You made all of you made very, very impressive presentation. We learned a lot from both of you. And I'm particularly impressed on the capacity building done by your county, and specifically on issues of culture. I heard about the youth champions. I heard about the women, the other capacity building you did in collaboration with various institutions of learning, like Mombasa University, Voi Technical, and others. I would wish maybe if you can tell us how you came up with that framework, and how you're getting support from both your governor and the national government and other stakeholders, because these are some of the things we've been trying in our areas, but we hardly come up with anything substantial because of lack of political support from both the CGs and the NGs and the stakeholders, because they don't find anything deriving from the cultural dockets and the little funding, of course. And I heard you did a very successful capacity building in your specific area of jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ole Pasha. We have a question from Dr. Taracha.
Yeah. Thank you, Session Chair, and thanks to the speakers. First of all, I apologize that I wasn't in when the session began, because I was totally held up trying to resolve an intractable logistical issue. But the bit I've listened to, I'm so impressed. First of all, with the quality of engagement, the continued interest, but also the thoughts that are coming through. I just wish to comment on Dr. Anisa Omar's presentation, Waziri Anisa and Waziri Gulamu. It's very encouraging that since the National Museums of Kenya, through the NPI program, in partnership with other institutions, engaged with you and did a training in Marsabit. I think it was in 2020, and in Kilifi, which was done at Voi, you're right, on IK training. And then, of course, later on, we've been engaging with the Kilifi and other counties in the COVID program. It's very encouraging that as counties, you have started thinking seriously, considering seriously about initiating, first of all, internalizing the TK Act, okay? Internalizing it and owning it, because that's really where, that's just the hot spot. And it's meant to be that way. I liked the question that Joseph Lendoio from Laikipia asked his colleagues, I think both Wanakobei and Eric, to what extent they are working with the counties. That has to be just a natural marriage. It just has to be. If we're going to get it right in terms of governance structures. So mine was not a question, but in fact, just to recognize that we are happy that there is forward movement since that. I finished session chair by just echoing what our cabinet secretary and principal secretary said yesterday, or was it the other day, regarding an initiative to be rolled out in 13 pilot, to be rolled out in 13 counties as a pilot program, and that is the actual documentation and digitization. So the government, well, the ministries and the various connected entities is organizing itself to roll out that program, and therefore it's likely to benefit you, even going now beyond the training that was done. So it was just a comment.
Thank you. So I'll hand over now to the panelists to answer those questions. Who wants to go first? We have Anissa and, okay, Anissa.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me respond to Ole Pasha. The trainings that I mentioned, I think in my slide I stated clearly, it is actually supported. It was not a county funded. It was supported by NPI program, which is under the National Museums of Kenya. I remember the first training was at Pride Inn here in Shanzu, where I was invited, but I could not make it, and my director attended. Then we had another training at Voi, still supported by NPI, and another one followed at Pwani. But after the first training, we actually sat down with my director, and he came and gave me feedback, and we decided actually, let's identify our traditional herbalists. And we did want to conduct a training to sensitize our traditional herbalists from what he learned at Pride Inn. But unfortunately, Kilifi was so much affected with COVID. We had the first wave, and then immediately, I think after he returned, we had the second wave, and a lot of things were banned in Kilifi. And so we've not been able to do much. But we hope that before the end of the financial year in June, we should be able, because we have quite a number of herbalists in Kilifi. And that's why I was talking about documentation. We need to have a register and identify them. We need to sensitize people. Remember, Kilifi, as I said, is rich in culture. And we lazima tu angalia difference when we talk of waganga wa kienyeji. You know, waganga wa kienyeji, we are mixing the herbalists. Na Kilifi, uchawi uko mwingi. Once you're elderly and you have gray hair, and it happens that within that community, maybe 3 deaths follows one another, the elderly killings are very common. Unaambiwa kuna mchawi hapo. So we have to be very careful as we sensitize our communities about traditional medicine and all that. They should know the difference. Because, another thing is, also if we decide we are lobbying for the Department of Culture to get money so that we can push this agenda forward. But on one side, we must be very careful to sensitize our wananchi. Unajua, wananchi huko chini, wachawi. So we need to sensitize and not only in Kilifi, I think we need to sensitize generally the Kenyan population on what we are here for today, on indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. I don't think so many people understand that language. So I hope Ole Pasha answered you.
Thank you, Anissa. I'm pressed for time, so I'll go to Kulamo.
Thank you very much. I had 2 questions, I think, that were directed at myself. One, I think I'll begin with the one for the youth. If you saw what I put out of what we haven't done, what opportunities there are, is that the youth, the champions. I know part of the training that we've had is to be able to put those players at their heart, the youth at the heart of our conversation. But remember, we just said we like working in silos, because the youth docket is sitting under education and youth. So when culture we are speaking, we have to bring on board our colleagues who sit in the youth sector so that our conversation is in harmony with each other. And so as county government of Marsabit, there have been some efforts, because you begin with identifying where is the potential, where do we see our young people playing a prominent role, especially in terms of the new knowledge, new arts, new engagements. And just to comment that I just got a conversation from one of our young singers who would like to record. And when he called me, I said, please put through what is your interest. How do you want the county government to support you? Because it can also be sometimes too much of a demand on so many pockets. So it is true, we have lots of opportunities, but we are working towards becoming better. I think that's what I would like to say about our engagements with the youth, what we have done. The other question was the one about gums and resin. Yes, it is true, there is, what do we call it? Is it a manufacturing plant, a processing plant that has been opened in Wajir recently, with the support of Northern Ewasonyiro North Services, and this was a joint effort. Again, as we say, we can never separate the functions of the national government and the county government. The most important thing, and this is how it's working in Marsabit, is that we try to put our communities, especially where these resources lie, in cooperatives. I think there is one program that somehow has skipped us. There is the Ushanga program that we do, about 7 counties that do the beadwork, and Marsabit is one of them, and the best model, because this is, again, traditional knowledge. Our women have been doing their beadwork all the years, but they have been adorning themselves without the commercial angle to it. And with the support of the Ministry of Culture, because even the Ushanga program has been, ilikuwa inatangatanga, imetoka office of the DP, ikaenda tourism, now I think it has found a home under the Ministry of Culture, but it is that coordination and effort of putting together the communities so that the resource trickles down to those who are engaged. I think in reference also, we must look at the bigger picture of what is a community. I think that is one question that Kobe and I, probably in the land sector, I have been in the land sector before. That is one question that we've been asking ourselves. Because when you talk about benefit sharing and community, there is a question that is always thrown and we've never had an answer. Just to give an insight to the people here, Lake Turkana wind power, that 365 watts of green energy is produced in Marsabit. It may be having the word Lake Turkana, but that is in Marsabit. And the communities went to court. And one of the questions, there's been a decision of the court recently that says, yes, the land was acquired irregularly. But now we are asking ourselves, identifying the community to benefit from whatever that will be agreed upon requires us to begin to organize ourselves and begin to understand who is the community. Is it, because these are pastoralists, remember, today you are there, tomorrow you are not there. And a lot of us are looking at an area as permanent settlement. That is our grazing area, that is our resource area. So any benefit that accrues, you have to look at the bigger picture of, is it an ancestral land or community? So who gets the benefit? That I leave it to another day, but those are the discussions and the dynamics of some of the things that we must begin to build on, and we must enable our communities. I think that is the gist of all our conversations. If our communities are in a position to bring out their issues and concerns, that they have the capacity enough, that they can push the county governments to be able to attend to their issues and put in place the necessary structures, we will all be flying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Now, one parting shot in a sentence from that side, all the way to Director. Parting shot.
I think there was a question which was
5 seconds. Who had a question?
Okay, thank you.
Parting shot.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of conservation is something which should be taken into consideration whenever we are discussing on genetic resources.
Thank you. Parting shot, Anita.
Thank you. 2 points. I think there's an importance of starting to put an intergovernmental framework between national and county government, so that we see how we work together in terms of culture. Number two. Okay, we need to encourage counties to come with technical working groups in this area of culture, so that we can prevent organizations working in silos on their own.
Thank you. Bulamo, parting shot, 5 seconds.
We are ready to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
I think let's all work together, not in silos.
Thank you. Hip Hop?
The visibility of the ministry, especially the Department of Culture, may not have been recognized in the counties. However, we are involved in many initiatives from Ushanga to NPI, among many others, and we will continue offering our support, especially police support, towards all these initiatives.
Thank you. Final clap. Thank you. Well done. I hand over back to our moderator.
Thank you. Round of applause for Catherine. He's done a very good job. Hey, you managed that time very, very well. And thanks to our panelists, you're very, very rich. Asanteni sana, please, you can come and sit down at your places. We want to have one more session before lunch. And I have been told by Daktari that he will be very quick as a chair, Dr. Katama. And so it's good to hear the communities, IPLCs, talking with the counties. And you saw there's a bit of like a gap there. Some guys don't know what's happening here. So let's keep talking. Let's keep talking, because I know you have a wish list as the communities, and I know the county governments have got the priorities. Let's work together, and very exciting what we're hearing. And please let us stop killing old people because tunasema kuna uchawi. It's a very, very sad affair. Am I one of them? Am I a candidate? This is real, by the way. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the last session before lunch. Actually, the last session for the day, because after that will be fishbowl, which will be discussions. And I'd like to invite onto the stage the chairman of this particular session. It is Indigenous peoples and local communities and access to benefit sharing, agreements, experiences, and lessons learned. Dr. Gatama Geshini, thank you very much for being here. I would like to get onto stage Wilson Ole Mosiani, Simon Mitambo, Dr. David Wata, Mr. Luke Odipo, Priscilla Motungi. I think those are the ones who are supposed to be on stage. Those who are here or their representatives. And I think, Chairman, I'm handing over to you. You will introduce them properly and take the session. You have until 1:30, no later.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Mr. Mwaniki. The CEO is present with us, Director, representatives of the development partners. I think I have 45 minutes to wind up this session. So I'll seek the indulgence of the panelists and also the audience, so that at least we are able to cope with time. I think this is the heart of our discussions here, because these are the indigenous people and local community. And as we started on Monday, it's very clear to us that the visibility of the indigenous people and local community, coordination, expectations management, and the landscape in terms of the existing legal and institutional frameworks is concerned are key issues. I think also the issue of the market, because at the end of it all, what is coming from the indigenous knowledge and the genetic resources is the product. And that product has to find its way to the market. So in this session, we have very able panelists who are going to assist us to understand and to some extent also work with us on these issues. And there are 4 of them. So we are going to give them 10 minutes, 10 minutes of interaction. And then after they have done the presentation, we are going to have 15 minutes discussion. So if it is 10 minutes, those are 40 minutes. And we try as much as possible and finish before 1:30. So I think I'll start at my far end I'm going to invite you.
There's a list. There's a list. Yeah, there's a list. So I should follow the list. Follow the list.
I'm guided to follow the list. So we start with Mr. Wilson Ole Mosiani, the Ma community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity. Well, first of all, my name is Wilson Ole Mosiani, and I'm I'm part of the Ma Unity Agenda. I'm just helping them with the understanding to navigate the legal framework for this. So I want to take this opportunity to really thank the organizers of this conference, the National Museum, the NPI, and our development partners who helped us facilitate our coming here. So the Ma Unity Agenda is a CBO that incorporates Ma-speaking communities from part of the Rendile, Rendile, Samburu, Maasai of Laikipia, James of Baringo, 15 counties actually, Kajiado, Narok, Nairobi, and Kilifi now, I understand, not Kwale, and Tanzania. So, access benefit sharing for wealth creation in the counties, our experience. So another word that I would have used for this conference is expanding the national cake. We've been very busy talking about we want to be part of this cake and sharing of the national cake, but instead very little has been mentioned about expanding the national cake. So that is actually one of the key things for me. As I was thinking about this topic, I did this. What we cannot see, we cannot understand. What we do not know does not matter. What we cannot name struggles to exist. So that is it. So we must be able to name these things. So basically, this whole thing is basically intellectual property. Now we are focusing on GI, GR, and TK. Basically, that whole process. There's a component on branding, which of course is not covered in this thing, but is very important to be able to put it into faces and all that. We are happy that we are addressing the national government, the policymakers, and our development partners. Those are really the audience, our audience. So as I begin, let me just begin with a moral question that was posed by Ellis S. in Meaningful Consideration, a review of traditional knowledge and environmental decisions. He said, you know, should traditional knowledge be a subject of business? Should traditional knowledge be a subject of business? And you know, that's the moral question that we are faced. Are we about business? Are we about making money? Because if we're about making money, then I think there's a problem there. Actually, the bottom line here is the conservation of our resource that we hold in trust for the world, which actually now answers, I want now to begin to answer the other question that have been posed. The indigenous traditional communities are increasingly involved in the market economies, like it or not, are seeing other people benefiting from their culture. So therefore, we really ought to think about the monetary compensation for this. And so we must therefore look at ABS effectiveness in the county in TM trademarks, but also traditional medicine, TK, traditional medicine as well there, GI, and GR. GI is geographical indication, and our officials from KIPI really helped us define what GI is, and we will show you what it is. Now, the background of this, why even the Maasai came up with this petition, is because of the effect of global warming. That's why also as MUA we came together, because we were being faced by very many calamities. Land sale, conflicts, like I come from a war-torn place in Laikipia. I'm actually one of the first Maasais ever to lose most of my heart in these whole things of bad politics in Laikipia, but we will not go into that. And as I was coming here, some people are calling me that their homestead was swept clean. Our chairman of the group ranch, his home was swept clean because of cattle was stolen. And 2 homesteads, actually, that I know, people that I know, it's not a story that I read. So their houses are swept clean. A boy that I met called Daniel Panay Lolenteia, also from Nini, kept calling me before I came, asking me for money. He was moving his cattle from Oltinga down in Magadi, coming through Kajiado, coming through Rongai, all the way to Langata, Ngong Road, then going all the way to Machakos. And he has no money, mosquitoes are eating. So I had to send him, in fact, I sent him this morning something small just to help him. Those are the challenges really that are facing the Ma communities. The centrality of the cow in the Maasai culture, and that is the thing. This is now beginning to talk about ABS, the centrality of the cow in the Maasai culture. On one side, on my right, your left, there is the ideal cow, but that's the cow that we have right now. Because of the drought and all those things and things like that. And quickly, because of the time, I want to mention this thing on access benefit sharing, the bracharia grass. The bracharia grass, this YouTube, and I want you to go here because I don't have time for it. It's called, this is K24, it's not me. It says bracharia hay embraced worldwide, originated in Kenya. And when you in this YouTube video, you'll hear Maasai grass, Mombasa grass, Tanzania grass, and of course bracharia now, the Brazilian grass, because they've gone and genetic resourced it and it's there. Now this magical grass can last up to I think it's 8 months when it's green, and it grows in very harsh environments. And my locus for this, or my thinking, is that it's called the Kenyan grass. This is the Kenyan grass, Maasai grass, Tanzania grass, and things like that. And so when I come to talk, now I'll deviate a little because of something we had talked briefly with my brother from Laikipia, Ntunyoi. One of the challenges that the Kenyan government, and I sympathize with you on this, is raising resources. Now, I want to quickly say, we paid the colonial government cow tax. I don't see why we cannot pay the Kenyan government, Madam from Kajiado, from Narok, Nolchoki. Why can't we have, because after all, they still die of drought. So why not give part of it to the government so that you have more resources to reinvest back into some of these things, to plant this grass that we in turn can buy back, and our cows don't have to die. Why should they die? Now, I'm insisting on this because without the cow, and education will not get rid of the cow, by the way. And I don't see any Maasai here who's gone to school who doesn't have a cow. Raise your hand so that I can just settle this thing here and now. Yeah, okay, that is it. So you can, in fact, I remember working for an international organization, and in my head, I was always converting the currency into cows. And then, I'm serious about this. My largest investment was also cows. Even if they die, I still get some more. So you cannot, it's very hard to get rid of the cow. And Madam, please, let's move on. The Kenyan story. This is like, it's been over and over and over again. But let me just emphasize 2 things. Yeah, I have 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll finish here. The Maasai beads made in China, the Kalenjin shoe, the Moratina, which we are not manufactured in Kenya. There's over 100 companies and things like that. In GI, some of the value additions that we can have is branding of these names that counties can apply for: Molo lamb, Koriema goats, Laikipia beef, Olepolos goat meat, movies such as Murage, movies such as Mandera, the Nandi Oven, Chepkube, and James Massage, the El Chamus, who are part of Ma, they have a special massage. Or pool hubs is for health tourism and the rite of passage and things like that. These things can be monetized. Now, the preceding case, international cases, Ethiopia has gone to court. ADR, they've negotiated for better prices for their coffee. Ugandan vanilla, they've negotiated. Ugandan cotton farmers have also negotiated. So let me just brush quickly through that. So there's a case for Kenyans also to follow some of these things. The process, of course, the government, I've seen a lot of this, and I don't even, this is part of our recommendation, but I can see you've already been doing a good job as counties. And I'm very happy that you spoke before us, because this is it. So we want to really re-emphasize research, academia, and all these things. And wealth creation is this goal, and things like that. And then finally, responsibility, of course, is to the national government, and this is the legal framework. And this thing I want to stop right about here. The size of our intellectual property office equals to the size of our economy, and this is it. Now, please remember that this is it. That lady, Sekeyan Boy, we're not really promoting women, as we say. She's the one who made this clothing. Please take her contact. Just leave this before the next panelist came. You can take her number. I'll also give you her number so that you call her. She'll deliver it for you. And she will deliver. Sekeyan Boy is the let's build the local economy. I'll answer other things as we speak, especially on that question you asked me. I don't want to take my 10 minutes. It's on the answers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Wilson. And I think it's a very difficult task for me, because you remember yesterday they were asking to be fighting with the lions. So. It is not easy for me. Our next presenter is Simon Mitambo. You have 10 minutes. He's not there. From there we have David Water. You have your 10 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I have mine. I've written it and not present it as in a digital world. So basically, I'm here to represent the Sia traditional earth practitioners as their chairman, and at large, the Luo community. First of all, I'd like to say that at our county, we have really embraced the issue of culture, because every year, apart from this duration when the COVID was there, we have been celebrating our cultures, because we've been celebrating our culture under Gotramogi, and that one is the cradle land for all the Luos that you see in Kenya. So under access, benefit, and sharing and experience, I'd like to focus on NPK, National Museum of Kenya, and natural product industry. Before, like 3 years ago, we didn't know about the National Museum of Kenya and the natural product industry, but some few months ago, they came to our counties. When they came, they invited us. We met. At that time, they explained to us how we can benefit from our indigenous knowledge in relation to herbal medicine and other products. In that line, they called the groups and they gave us some directions in our first meeting. The directions were: one, each and every county were to go and form a group, because they say government cannot do business with an individual. So as a Sia County, we went back and registered a group, Sia Traditional Earth Practitioners. Then the second requirement was registration of that group to the relevant authorities, which we did. The third was a letter from the county government recognizing us as a member of that county and as a registered group, which we submitted to the National Museum of Kenya and NPI. From there, our county government officials were actively involved, together with us as members. In our group, we have the two categories of members. We have the youths and the elderly person. The youngest is 21, and the eldest is 94 years. After that, we had another session with the National Museum of Kenya and NPI in Kisumu, where they came. They educated us on AGA protocol, access and benefit sharing, And at the same time, they educated us on prior informed concept. They educated us on prior informed concept together with our county attorney who was the lead legal officer who was guiding us on legal issues. After we had been educated about the Nagoya Protocol and we signed the prior informed concept, they organized another meeting where they told us now we should get ready with our products, of which they came until to our county level. They made it very easy for the elder people who were in our group to move to that particular place. We entered an agreement, we entered a negotiation process, of which at that time we were not much conversant with it, but through our legal officers and the county official, they guided us. We negotiated with the National Museum of Kenya together with NPI, and from there, through those negotiations, we gained a lot from there. Through the negotiation, we came out with three things. One, we argued that our knowledge, we were to be paid for our knowledge. That one was one aspect we agreed on. Two, we were to be paid for the time of preparation of the herbal medicine and us accepting to go there and meet them. Then three, we were to be paid for the products that we had. And finally, we agreed, and all the three agendas were achieved, and we submitted our products to NPI and National Museum, of which we are still waiting for the outcome. So mine, I could urge the counties and the individuals. The back starts with us as individuals at the grassroots, because the government will come with the project, the donors will come with the project, and it is us to help them implement. Because when this process started, when I talk about the counties at the Nyanza, we were 4 counties, but only 1 county managed to push through. So the back lies with also the county government. When there's a project, please help your people, support them so they can move and achieve what they want. Okay. Mine, I can add that there are still some areas that you can still tap in, like we can come up with products that can help repel insects, the ones that can help treat diabetes, the detox that can help ease blood pressure, and maybe we come up with a product that can help, one of the products that is adaptogenic, that can help each and every person, because we live in a stressful condition, that can help us cope with the stress of the life. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much, David Water, for keeping time and being very precise and specific to your presentation. This time I'm inviting Luke Otipo. And Luke Otipo, you have 10 minutes. It's now 1:05, so you have until 1:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Luke Shikanga Otipo. I am the Director of Administration in the Office of the Governor in the County Government of Kakamega, but I sit mostly in the Office of the Deputy Governor, where I also work as his advisor. I'm here to talk about IPLCs and benefit sharing agreements. I will mainly look at the experiences and lessons that we've learned as Kakamega County, especially so in the area of the County Technical Committee on access and benefit sharing. I forgot to say that I also chair the County Technical Committee on access and benefit sharing. Is somebody scrolling for me or? Oh, it's okay. The whole concept of the access and the benefit sharing was introduced to us sometime in January 2018, following a visit by experts from KWS, from NEMA, from KFS, then from UNDP, who had a sitting with the governor of the county. And this was necessitated by an investor from France who had developed interest in accessing and appropriating one of our major resources called Mondia Waitei or Mukombera for fragrance and flavors industry in France. At this point, I also want to just mention that Kakamega is really known for quite a number of resources, both genetic and traditional knowledge. We have, for example, the Kakamega forest. And for those who know Kakamega very well, we pride ourselves in being referred to as the green jewel. And this is not from anywhere else, but from the Kakamega forest that we have. We have quite a number of folklores, traditional knowledge, cultural festivals, which we celebrate yearly. Every community has their own. We have international and national celebrations. We have rites of passage together with associated rituals, traditional institutions of governance such as the Nabongo, the holders of the resource, and that is then how the community comes in. And so after sharing, the governor was receptive with the idea, but of course he also had his own terms that were to be met before the investor comes in. One of them that the committee was supposed to be safeguarded against exploitation, environment was supposed to be safeguarded against degradation, access was supposed to be done in conformity with the Vision 2030 that promotes industrialization, or the investor was set up a plant in Kakamega, and so many others as the slide indicates. And so at that point, because there were so many entities that were supposed to be involved, the concept of the technical committee came up. Because now in the departments of environment, industrialization, the Department of Agriculture, education, and many others, the county law office, that came together to form the county technical committee. The committee had quite a number of terms of reference, but the most important one was that we were supposed to come up with a community platform that was then supposed to be used to negotiate and sign on behalf of the community. And luckily, we had an existing community platform called Kakamega Natural Forest Catchment Organization, Catchment Conservation Organization, in brief we call it CANFOC, and therefore that committee, the committee platform was then incorporated in our technical committee, so that the community can then be able, feel like they are part and parcel of whatever that was taking place. I'm just trying to be fast because I'm told I have only around 5 minutes. And therefore, we have quite a number of those terms of reference, most of which have been met. And one of the most important things that we did was to conduct capacity building activities for both members of the County Technical Committee and the local community platform. The organizations such as KWS, GIZ, and UNDP were quite handy in assisting us to achieve this purpose of capacity building. I want to say that was very, very important because with the time, the County Technical Committee has been able to develop their own PICs. A number of people have come in who have wanted to access our traditional knowledge and genetic resources for commercial or research activities. And the County Technical Committee has been able to work with the community to develop PICs that have been signed by those entities and us. I want just to go over this. There are quite a number of things, and I think the document will be shared. Let me see what follows next. Oh, sorry. Now, I want just to say that the County Technical Committees, my time up? Oh, it's okay. Now, one of the most important things is that it is possible for us to actualize the whole concept of ABS within our counties by involving the local communities. It is good if they are part and parcel of the activities. They participate in decision making. They participate in the development of the PICs so that they get to understand what is in this PIC for us as a community. And once that happens, then they get a buy-in, and then it becomes very easy for us to conduct our activities. We also recognize our local institutions of governance, cultural. For us, we have the Nabongo. When we were handling the PIC with NMK, we had to invite King Nabongo himself to be part of the negotiation process. And there is no way a community will want to go against an agreement that has been reached in the presence of the Nabongo. And so we have looked for a way of involving them as the community together with their cultural institutions of governance so that whatever we do can get acceptance. We have challenges like desire for instant rewards. Some of the activities may not be able to accrue rewards immediately. There is pessimism on the part of some of the players, lack of capital to invest in nature-based enterprises. Sometimes there are sibling rivalry between departments because I've just shown you how many departments constitute the County Technical Committee. We have a problem of conservation. One of our major resources, like Kakamega Forest, is not well conserved, and therefore researchers and even commercial people can easily access our resource without passing through the normal procedure, and therefore that becomes a challenge. Let me just mention the recommendations very fast. I want to recommend that for us to move together, we need to have proper benchmarking or experience sharing programs between counties. So far, Kakamega has had with Kakamega, Baringo, and Laikipia as pilot counties. We need to have a review of management plans. Especially so, we have a good example of Baringo, where they have a good management plan, where the county government and the local community is involved in the management of it must be like Bogoria catchment. We don't have the same in Kakamega. I think in Narok also have a similar arrangement. Then we need to build our capacity so that we can then be able to move together as counties. The next, lastly, lobby for resources. Resources may not be allocated to us unless we lobby for them from those who are responsible with the allocation of resources. Then lastly, Chair, the Council of Governors Chair, while opening the 6th Annual Devolution Conference, had the following to say: Of importance is the need to establish appropriate county structures on access and promotion of local content and benefit sharing of county natural resources. It is anticipated that upon completion of the pilot programs in Baringo, Laikipia, and Kakamega on ABS in utilization of biological diversity, the same program be rolled out in all the 37 counties so that there is a common approach to local development. And so let us be able to roll out the program in all the 37 counties so that we can work and move out together. I'll handle the rest during the question session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And a round of applause. Next is Priscilla Motungi. You have your 10 minutes.
Thank you. And I wish we had another one there. That was not considerate of you. Forward. Okay, so thank you. So as he has said, my name is Priscilla Motungi. I work with the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, which is the newest baby in the room. We started operating in July last year. We are yet to celebrate our first birthday. But briefly, I will take you through our experiences in establishment of structures for ABS at the community level to facilitate access to genetic resources and traditional knowledge owned by the communities. And so our strength is derived from the emphasis that is given to local communities, nationally, regionally, and globally, and this is found in the Constitution. It emphasizes so much on rewarding or giving back to the community from the utilization of their traditional knowledge. We have our act, the TK Act, at the national level, and all other acts. I think they always give emphasis on the communities. So it is a very good and important note to take that communities play a central role in the arena. Also at the regional level, we have the AU, which emphasizes also on the role of communities to the ABS processes and the benefits they should get from the utilization of their resources and traditional knowledge. We also have the UNDRIP, Article 8J of the CBD, which strongly talks about local communities and the benefits they should get. We also have the Nagoya Protocol. All these talk about the role of communities, their involvement, and what they should get at the end of using their resources and their knowledge. So when we talk about ABS, we are only talking about two things: access, three things actually: access, utilization, and benefit sharing. So in Kenya, as you know, the resources are devolved. They went with devolution. So we always have to include the three levels of government when we are granting PIC and MAT, which are the basic agreements involved in that process of accessing, utilizing, and sharing of benefits. These agreements, the PIC and the MAT, are legal instruments. You can use them to sue someone, and someone can use them to sue you. So for that reason, we require legal structures or instruments to implement them. And at the national level, things have a clear system. We have KFS and KWS, agriculture, the agriculture ministry. We have the ministry responsible for culture. But when it comes to the county level, challenges start emerging. Things are not as clear as we know. We don't have a national process or a national system that says at the county level, this is the entry point when you want to access genetic resources. So it is not quite clear who is responsible for the grant of the agreements, the ABS agreements. Is it the CEC? And if it is the CEC, which ministry? It is not clear. Is it the county secretary or the county attorney? We don't know. And is this system the same all across the 47 counties? We have a challenge. It is not there. So I think by the end of this, we will have a clear direction to handle that for the counties which are here and also to the COG. At the community level, the TK&C Act defines what a community is. But what is the entry point? When you talk about a community, if I'm to access genetic resources in Kilifi, the community in Kilifi, whom do I see? It is not clear. What legal structures exist which can bind a user through the PIC and the MAT agreements? And who owns the TK at the county level with the legal structure? We are still not clear as a legal instrument to guide that process. So I will just briefly talk to you about our experiences as an institution on the ground of PIC with communities. KWS was taken to court in 2008 by local communities for lack of entering into a PIC with communities on a contract they signed with an investor. And because of this experience, there were benchmarking trips to understand how other countries have their legislative processes. And through that, we were given a grant by the GEF, the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Fund, to establish model systems, practical examples on how to have this system running in Kenya, practically. So we picked 2 counties, the Baringo County because of Lake Mbogoria, and the Kajiado County because of Lake Magadi. The project was about soda lakes, and you can see the soda lakes. I don't know how many people can see the soda lakes as we sit here, because it was the basis of all this process. Then through that, there were capacity building initiatives which were undertaken, and we initiated a system of granting prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms. And through that experience, we got some investor, what Mr. Otipo talked about. And through the ABS initiative, we were able to have pilot counties, the 3 pilot counties he talked about, and trained them on how to establish these structures. And these structures, as he had said, were recommended to be cascaded down to all the 47 counties at the 6th Devolution Conference. And they also formed the grant of the PIC by the communities for the COVID-19 project and NPI. And they are also the basis for the IRCs, Internationally Recognized Certificate of Compliance, which is the requirement under the CBD. In the country, we have right now for 78 IRCs granted by NEMA. And this is not a unique process. We have seen ABS processes, and where communities need to come together and form legal structures, and the benefits they get. You can see that hut. He's a result of a community group in Ecuador, which came together, and through a cooperative, they are able to get benefits. We also have what Kipi talked about, the Taita basket. And because of the cooperative they formed, they were now able to register and protect their kiondo. So advantages of community legal structures, I think it will be shared. Let me talk about some of the challenges. We have challenges in negotiation of ABS agreements at the community level. Lack of legislative benefit sharing mechanisms at the county level, which can guide the process of benefit sharing. Low levels of support by the counties to support the communities in establishing these structures, because they need training, a lot of training. and we need counties to support them. And also, monitoring benefits sometimes can take so long. You can imagine the process Dr. Tunga talked about. The monkeys, they are still at the monkey modeling level. It has to be validated and so many other procedures. KEMRI will have to come on board and do the human trials. Then by the time it is packaged to a drug to be sold and then royalties come, it takes a longer time. So there are, and sometimes communities would want to see benefits immediately. So we have that. So for the recommendations, I would recommend counties to work together with communities to support them in establishing these legal structures, and also fast-tracking the signing of the ABS agreements, that is the PIC and MAT, and counties through the Department of Trade also to support the communities, that one I've said, and the COG to be very proactive, to define what is this common process we need to have for all the 47 counties so that we minimize levels of non-compliance for investors, and the approved community structures to be registered at the county level, which will form the basis for the registration of TK as envisioned under the TK Act. Thank you.
A round of applause for Priscilla. I think, moderator, I'll take less than a minute to summarize whatever has been put forward. And Chair Talasha, I apologize that I did not heed to what you are saying, because you know, I have a neighbor here who is likely to start boxing me. Now, I'll start with Priscilla. Priscilla, thank you very much for that very elaborative presentation. Before we started, I mentioned about the landscape, and you have really demonstrated that there is confusion within the landscape. And I like the question you're asking: is it the national, is it the county, is it the community? And then congratulations for the intervention, the project that you have highlighted, because this demonstrates that the confusion which is there is a way out of that confusion. And those are good practices and good lessons to learn. Because I have less than a minute, I go to our number 3 panelist, and that was the gentleman from Kakamega, the officer from Kakamega. That was Luke. And I like a green jewel, and the green jewel that is coming from Kakamega Forest, and the way you have been able to involve the local community through formation of what we call the communities of practice, and the way you have been able to operationalize and make it possible for the local community to be aware of the various resources that are within the Kakamega community, and they should not be exploited, but they should be there for their benefit. I think also you mentioned something to do with building capacity and competencies, operationalization of the committee, because the committee may be there, but without the capacities and capability, it may not be knowing what exactly it is supposed to do. And it is important that you involve the development partners to come in and capacitate, and then you working together. Our number 2 presenter, that was Mr. David Water. Yes, Mr. David Water. What was coming out was the formation of groups, which are normally called the community of practice, operationalization of those groups, capacities and capability building, and then there were products. And these products, they started the due process of being tested, and hopefully they will find their way to the market. And I think this is moving from rhetoric to practice, and this is exactly what most of us here are looking for. Our first presenter, that was Mr. Wilson Ole Musiani. He started it off with the national cake, And the national cake, we could all visualize it within the Ma community and the rest of the other communities. And he tied it up very well with the issues of global warming and the various challenges that are facing the community and other communities that are the owners, or they are very close to the indigenous knowledge. And he introduced a caution, and the caution was cow tax. And he brought it from very far, where he was mentioning that during the colonial time there was cow tax. Why don't we have cow tax now? I think I'll open it up for questions, comments, and clarification. Moderator, how many minutes do we have? 10. So it's now 1:32, so we are hoping to wind up by 1:42. Please, who is passing on the mics? We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, my name is once again John Ebenyo. I will start with the last presenter. So I like the figure now because he wants to see us get it right. So, but the unfortunate thing is we are learning from worse experiences as Kenya. So were it not for the petition to KWS, maybe the thought wouldn't have taken the effect. So why can't we get out of reaction as government institutions and agencies and then start being proactive? Then the second is to the county government. I think that would have even been handled by the speaker who has never come. The issue is, how are we using our intergovernmental structures effectively? We've been referring Council of Governance, but there is the top executive organ that enables president to meet with cabinet secretaries and the 47 governors. So what role can we give to this executive organ? Because that's where decisions have to come from. And then to the presenters, I know my time. To the presenters from the community, I was not able to contribute previously because I was a rapporteur of the previous discussion. But this goes to all of them. That what can we do to work effectively with county governments if this is a devolved function?
Thank you. Priscilla and the officer from county government, as you prepare for the notes, plus also the community. Let's hear the community representatives. Let's go to the next question. Please be precise and to the point.
Thank you so much. Mine is not even a question, but just an observation that I would like to be highlighted by the policymakers. One is the proactiveness of the national government, which are a big stakeholder in everything that is being undertaken in Kenya, including what we are discussing in this high-level forum. I would also wish to echo what my colleague has just said here, that some of us are here because we had to go down and do petition and petition the Office of the Attorney General, so that maybe we can attract attention with the stakeholders, so we can come here and raise our concern on what we are being discussed here. So we would wish the national government to be proactive, because we have left so many other people behind. So many other small communities are not here. They have all these other challenges, but because of lack of proactiveness from the national government, they have been left behind. Number two is about devolution, and especially the county governments, lack of capacity, lack of structures, lack of know-how to harness what is actually in their disposal as county government, as well narrated by the last speaker who was just madam there. So we throw the ball back to the national government because during the transition period, county government was supposed to have been fully trained to have capacity to handle all sorts of things, including culture and traditional knowledge and all that. So that's my two concerns, and I think they are well noted.
Thank you. Proactiveness vis-a-vis the reactiveness, competencies and development. Let's go to the next.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters, for wonderful presentation. My name is Dr. Tunga Nyachio, and I have two questions. One question goes to Wilson Musiany. I think he gave a good example on bracharia grass that is being used everywhere, and I believe probably is being commercialized somewhere. So I just wanted to find out if are you aware of any efforts that are being made by our country or your community to be able to get some royalties? Because we have seen some examples from Lake Bogoria where the communities have tried to get some royalties from what was taken for commercialization abroad. Maybe you can comment on that. The other question goes to Priscilla. I know, Priscilla, you have, together with Kavaka, you have been working on these issues of PIC, ABS, and to support the communities. And I saw in your presentation you talked about successful negotiations in other countries. Why can't we pick one example, whether from Cameroon, I saw somebody talk about Uganda, and really copy exactly what they have done up to commercialization level? Maybe you can give your experience if you have gone to details on this so that we see how that model can really work. Because I see many people mentioning those models, but I haven't seen details into those models. Secondly, to Priscilla again, is there were some pilot counties that you were doing some work, like Kipia, I think Bogoria, and something like that. Maybe you can give brief highlights, the achievements that we have gotten. Like Bogoria, we have some ideas, but what about these other counties? And the piloting that you have been doing, has it been completed so that we can model it from here? And finally, it's on commercialization. Anybody can comment on that? Because up to this level, we seem to have made some steps, probably on issues of access of materials from the community. We are able to sign the PIC and up to that level. But now on the issues of manufacturing and marketing, to that extent, we don't seem to have moved. If there are experiences on that area, maybe Priscilla or Kavaka or somebody can comment on that so that we are able to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tunga. Let's have the last question in front here.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but just remarks. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of Kakamega County. In September last year, they declared 5 heritage sites. That's how much effort they're doing, and it was, you know, a big ceremony. I was there and sitting with the governor, and coming from Marsabit, I said, wow, it's a good effort. Please pass our regards to His Excellency and the team. And just the second remark, the objects of devolution was to enable the people down there to do things for themselves. And I know that devolution is a baby. You know, 9 years, you don't expect a baby to be running. And there is a big responsibility that the national government has. It's just not enough to develop the national policies or the laws. Because how do those laws, how do I adopt the laws and the policies to reflect my needs if that capacity work has not been handled properly? So again, even as we look at, it's a devolved function, still resources sits with the national government. There's a whole vote head on research, capacity development that sit with every ministry. I think what we can take from here is have dedicated lines, especially with the ministry that we are talking about now. The Ministry of Culture must have a dedicated vote head for capacity development, because until and unless we prioritize that item, we will not be able to go the distance that we had envisaged to cover. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's be precise, and for the benefit of everybody, we have another session that we are running, and we don't want to cut short. Be very brief, very, very brief to the point, please. And for comment, we can reserve for comments. We have them as bilateral, multilateral, over lunch hour.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm Simon Simitita Joe from Kajiado, a young champion. My question is very direct to the My Unity agenda from Mulemosiani. I just want to know how far are you recognizing, since My Unity agenda is across the country, because it's almost like five communities. How far are you recognizing these young talented men and ladies, young men? How are you recognizing them? Because I know a lot of men are very talented in singing, and apart from that, we have some rite of passage as Maasai, and we have been seeing that people are really politicizing, because you can have a lot of numbers in that. So how are you making them to be recognized across the country? For instance, at the moment we have Trimio is recognizing across the country, but we have some people who are just there and they are very talented, but they are not recognized. Secondly, Priscilla from Wildlife, I think why don't you, national government, go directly to the community? Because if you have just tell us the county government must negotiate with the community. If you negotiate with the county government, county government have a lot of politics. So I think, why don't you negotiate with the people from the community, the Wazes, and negotiate, because we have some herbalists, some people who will go and take some herbals from the forest, and we have a law, there's no safety there. So I think, is there any way that national government go direct to the committee without passing the county government? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll now hand over to the panelists. Moderator, how many minutes do you have with the moderators?
None. You have no minutes, actually. Your minutes are over. So what I suggest, one sentence from everybody, then we continue. I don't know if you can do that. A closing remark from everyone?
Maybe as a chair of the session, let me be guided.
With utmost respect,
I have been
with utmost respect, I know time is of essence, but I think the meeting deserves that we give these colleagues sufficient time. In any case, we've been running short of time. This thing of 1 minute, it will destroy us. But I know, moderator, you have to manage the session, so we understand you. So please, let's give them sufficient time. In fact, I have a comment to make at the end.
Okay, thank you. We are guided, panelists, you have sufficient time. But as a chair, let us avoid redundancy. Let us be precise to the point. For the benefit of everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, sir, for that. Even the moderator. I'll start with the last question, though of course probably better answered by the chairman. I was actually very impressed that you came and that you were invited. And there's something that says equity aids the diligent. So you have every right to be part of this, and so that we can showcase your products, your toothbrush and talent. And I actually want to buy your toothbrush if you have some that you've done. And we will put it in the platform. That's a local thing. Then I want to answer the other question that Margaria had answered earlier on. The Ma, this is a tricky question. The Ma is a property of the world. The world owns the Ma. Kenya, in its sovereignty, holds it in trust. The stakeholders who are helping preserve the culture want to be part of the ABS in raising resources to help us face the challenges of today. It's as simple as that. So the world owns the Ma name, the Maasai name. So it is actually as simple as that. So whether you want to trademark it, to protect it, or whether you want to use another mechanism, but there has to be a way of protecting it for the good of the world and anything else. No one really can say, like the moral question that is there, we cannot commercialize culture. It is not, the aim is not to commercialize, but to preserve it. The other question about the bracharia, the bracharia was actually raised when we were raising the petition. And in any event, we were actually claiming a few other intellectual property things. The bracharia, I actually right now don't know who owns the proprietary. Probably the Kenyan government, maybe Cambridge or other research institutes can tell us exactly who owns it. I may also be forced to do a little more research exactly on who owns it. But regardless of who owns it, the aim of this particular session is benefit sharing. So we just want to have a piece of that benefit because it was, they came and sought the knowledge of the local grass in Maasai land, at the coast, also here in Mombasa, and in Tanzania, so we can work on that. But I was actually throwing the challenge to the county government once more to have programs that we can actually benefit from this. That's why I was offering the resources. When we don't just want handout, we must also have resources. Any other question I left? Because I want to be as brief as that. None. So the youth, Pasha, please remember that, the issue of youth, especially talents in Ma, so that we can showcase them.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Let's move to the next panel, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, mine is a question that I want to put to all of us. Who is a community? I think each and everyone who is seated here, we belong to a certain community. And each and every policy that is being passed to a community, you have to be part and parcel of it. So at the county level, we can't come here and start complaining that things are not moving on at the county level. Yet we know very well that at the county level, before they do anything, or at the government, any structure, there is always what is called public participation, whereby at the county level, they go to community, you give out your views on what you may want to be done at the county level. But in most cases, I'm quite sorry to say this, in most cases, if you go there, you will find assistant chief with the Mijikumis. Those are the people representing the 10 houses. Then, at the end of the day, when they go back, people at the county level, they'll have nothing to report because you have not put your input there. So me, I'll add that regardless the government position you are, you can always advise the people down there and give them your views so that they can go and share. And so, by giving them your views, they'll start pushing from down. Then you will find things moving the way we want them to move. Thank you.
Next. Luke, please.
There are a number of issues that were raised about counties. I think there was a question about the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. What I want to say is that we as communities and county governments, we are quite close to each other. Rather than wait for this committee to make decisions and push them down, we need to take a bottom-up approach where we generate issues from the ground, from the community to the county government. You create an issue that will elicit some kind of a dialogue, then escalate it up to the Council of Governors. And then when such an issue finally reaches the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, then it can easily be taken up to become a national issue that is then worth implementing. Like I just cited the speech that was made by the chair of the Council of Governors during the 6th Devolution Conference. If counties had been keen enough, then they should have taken up that as an agenda worth implementing once they went back to their respective counties. So we need to be a bit more proactive. I've seen Madam from Narok, Madam from Marsabit. Sometimes we also need to create some kind of a level of consultations after such an engagement, such a forum. How much more do we continue consulting after this? I think that's the challenge I want to throw to us. In fact, even here, I've not had time to talk to Madam from Marsabit, not Madam from Narok, but we come from counties posed with the shared experiences. I want to say the next about capacity building, it is supposed to be done by national government. It's supposed to capacity build counties, and then counties are in turn supposed to capacity build communities. But at times it may not work like that all the time. I want to say that for us in Kakamega, most of the capacity building sessions that we've had have been funded by donor agencies. We have the ABS Capacity Development Initiative. I hope Madam is around, and then UNDP. They are the ones who have been very, very consistent in building the capacity of our technical committee and the local community platform. The only two national government organizations that have come in to assist have been National Museums of Kenya and KWS. And so I want to encourage the counties that are here to develop some kind of a relationship with these development partners, because they eventually might do for us much more than what maybe what the national government or what we ourselves are able to do. There is also an element of demonization of county governments. Sometimes we tend to demonize county governments so much. Madam from Marsabit says we are only 9 years in existence. We may not be able to perform and operate as well as our counterparts at the national government because they have been around for long. Please don't demonize counties, our county governments. In fact, they should be your immediate point of call when you have an issue. As I said earlier, for us in Kakamega, we work very closely with our communities, and that's why some 3 members of the community platform sit on the county technical committee on access and benefit sharing. And so they feel like they are part and parcel of us, of the operations. And so I want to encourage the local communities seated with us here. Kindly develop a harmonious working relationship with the counties. Don't look at them as demons. Look at them as an institution that has been used to bring services closer to you. And let's just learn to operate and consult, and we'll find that there's a lot that brings us together than that which separates us. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Priscilla, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think I had a number of questions, and the first issue was on the proactiveness of the government, the reactive nature of responding to issues. But for this case, remember it was 2008, and if you remember the evolution journey of the ABS process, the CBD came into effect in 1992, but the third objective, which was the basis of this case, was actualized through the Nagoya Protocol. So that is what brought light onto how issues need to be taken into case. And the Nagoya Protocol came into effect in 2014. So by this time, it was not exactly explicit on how issues should run. But now it is very clear, and we don't have these issues happening again. But on the same note, we need to appreciate the efforts the government is putting into place to make sure that the communities and the county governments are aware. For example, a meeting like this has been called on by the government to bring everybody together. And why is this meeting here? The meeting is supposed to ensure everybody understands what they are supposed to do, their roles, and we move together. So the government is not always doing its part. It is actually doing so much and spending a lot to make sure everybody understands their role and they do their role to the best they can. So I think it is not an issue of reactiveness, but the government puts in a lot of efforts to ensure all what they are doing and their planning goes to the grassroots level. The other issue was from Dr. Tunga on examples of commercialization processes. I think based on the Sodalex project, we are not yet there, we are almost there. It was to model how the process would be from the access point to all the way to the commercialization process. We are still implementing the project, and we are moving together with the communities, the counties, the researchers, because part of the component was the research on Sodalex microorganisms, and we are still running that journey. So I think in few years to come, we will hopefully we'll get benefits to share and trickle them down to the communities from a real Kenyan case. So that one will work later. Highlights from successes from the 3 pilot counties. I think the first highlight is the capacity and awareness creation at the county and the community level. In those counties, at least for the PICs which have been signed, there is clarity. You know, when a researcher or an investor wants to access materials from those 3 counties, at least there is an entry point. You know where to go. So, and it is on the basis of this that the chair of the Council of Governors in the 6th Devolution conference recommended that system to be rolled down to all the 47 counties. And we have done quite a bit of it. The COVID project has also enhanced that awareness, because right now I think several counties, in addition to the 3, are aware of that. The young champion from Kajiado, your question, if the national government can work directly with the communities, we have the constitution which put in these structures, and the county governments are governments. That's why they are called county governments. It is a government next to you. So before the national government reaches you, there is that government which is outside your door, as Mr. Otipo has said. So it is good to establish a relationship, a working relationship with them. They are your next door neighbor. You cannot wait for someone who is in Turkana to come and sort your problems as fast as the person who is next door to you. We need to embrace that, embrace our county governments. They are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Priscilla. Dr. Talacho, you have the floor.
I'm not asking the distinguished speakers this question, but I'm asking all of us. I think since Monday afternoon through yesterday to today, there is a sentiment that's being expressed amongst many other issues that we need to address or find a way of how we dialogue about it. In fact, the latest speaker who has mentioned it is Priscilla. It was also mentioned by other speakers, including Kavaka. I may have alluded to it. Other speakers may have alluded to it. Now, this question, we need to perhaps think about it a little bit more, lest we leave this forum having sent out a mixed message. And that's not our intention. I'm not saying it's the intention of any of the speakers. So when we ask this question, who owns indigenous knowledge? Who is supposed to sign the PIC and MAT? Those are very critical questions. But if we come out of this forum on Friday without any sort of dedicated discussion about it and clarify about it, you know, people will say, so this question is still raging. But in fact, from the practical examples that Priscilla, you've shared, other people have shared, there have been attempts to answer that question. For instance, through the COVID project, it was proposed that, and you're right, government, Mr. Wata, you're right, government cannot do business with individuals. That then you form duly registered community-based organizations, and you did. And then you signed on behalf of the community, and then you transacted with government. Government bought your products and sent money directly to your account. Did that happen?
It happened.
So, so my understanding of that question that recurs must be that even with that, there must be other issues. Is it that the other communities, other segments of the same community may feel left out, or may feel that the CBO that signed the contract is not representative enough? Okay, those are some of the issues that we need to really clarify. Okay, I just, Chair, I thought we needed to say that. Priscilla, if you have any immediate intervention, the session will welcome that. But I think you understand the point I'm trying to bring out, okay? Back in my mind, I know why that question is being asked. But let's be on the same page with the rest of everyone in this month, why we are asking that question. Wata, as CBO chair of Siaya, may leave this meeting feeling, wow, I thought government had helped us put structures in place, and I thought we had made progress. Same to Otibo, who has clearly articulated what Kakamega has done and other counties. So perhaps we need to clarify that, Priscilla.
Maybe before Priscilla does, let me just draw briefly from the Kakamega's example. We have a common community platform that I talked about called CANFOC. That is the umbrella organization. Now, the community platform has reviewed its constitution to allow for both individual and corporate membership. Because before we began using it as a community platform, it had its own members. But then we had now other members or other organizations that were practicing other activities, like the herbalists. They were not members of CANFOC. Now, to make them feel part and parcel of CANFOC, because we don't want to have so many platforms, we had to create room for corporate membership so that then other CBOs could join CANFOC as corporate members. And so that when CANFOC is transacting as CANFOC, the other CBOs, like the herbal practitioners who have their own CBO, would affiliate with CANFOC as corporate members, and then during the signing of the PIC, the chairman of CANFOC will sign, and then the chairman of the traditional herbal practitioners will also countersign. So that way, then they will not feel that they have been left out. Because when they see their chairman also signing on the document, they will then know that this is a legitimate activity. And so that is how we have done it as Kakamega to avoid the issue of suspicion among the various CBOs. We want to deal with only one community platform in Kakamega County, and all other CBOs are, or they should be able to affiliate with CANFOC as corporate members so that we can then be able to move together. Maybe Priscilla can pick up from there if she has something else to say.
Chair, your intelligence, please. That's why we came all the way to Mombasa. We have to listen to these people.
Yeah, my response is based on the definition of community. I learned that the definition of community in the TK and CE Act is the same definition of community in the Community Land Act. And it takes almost the way the Kakamega have interpreted, it takes that model of also incorporating individuals, because it identifies families, ethnic community, and even socioeconomic interest bodies, which maybe CBOs can be part of. And for that, I think we need to agree that that definition that has already been legally been brought out in our laws can work. And maybe what we need to do is together we interpret how can it involve. Then the other part is the whole question around the political nature of our governance. And that's where issues emerge. Maybe a governor might be seen doing well in Kakamega, but a governor maybe in Turkana or in West Pokot, communities might not see them. They might be seeing they are bringing their cronies into that particular umbrella organizations that we have decided. The question is, how can we harmonize this? So that, in other words, we need to stick to the law and that we don't send mixed reactions, my thinking.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. Otipo has put it broadly how the system needs to work. And for that question, when it comes to traditional knowledge and ownership, it becomes complicated, because even what the knowledge you are practicing now was given to you by someone. That person was given by another person who is not there, and it is spreading across a long zone, a wide zone. So to avoid complications, it has worked, and it is unfortunate I had very few minutes to walk through some of the examples. It has actually practically been shown that the formation of cooperatives, which is an umbrella of small groups, works very well and effectively, because each group could have its own activities. The other group has different activities, but they are all brought together under the umbrella of the cooperative. If you look at the example Kipi gave yesterday on the Taita basket, it is until they formed that cooperative that they were able to now have a distinction. And this is what we are proposing. I don't know if I'm preempting. If through the Council of Governors or the counties, we could have one umbrella body at the county level, so that we have a structure for the communities to anchor on for this ABS process. That would be the best way to do it. Then now that umbrella cooperative would have now these different small groups. Thank you. I think I have answered your question.
Thank you. I think Dr. Talacha, Moderator Moneki, we have tried our best, and we have harnessed as much as we could, and we have tried to be as accommodative as possible. I think colleagues and friends, let's appreciate our panelists. Then we also appreciate ourselves. In this session, we have Lapatua, we have Dr. Atunga, we have Gigi, they were Lapatua in this session. And now, I hand over the microphone to Moniki, the program director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Dr. Katama. Thank you very much. Yeah, he told me he's from Ministry of Education, but right now he's with Kenya. Yes, seconded at Kenya. Thank you. So, Bwana Chairman, unatakaje? Oh. No, I'm not being cynical. No, we did well. Actually, you did very well. Sandini Sana, I think you're really enjoying that position. We want now you to go this for lunch. So we're coming back for a fishbowl discussion after lunch, which is the only session we have in the afternoon. So I promised you 4 o'clock. I'm doing well, eh? We're doing well? Okay. So bon appetit, go for lunch. Let's be back here at, let's see what time would you like. Oh my dear. 2:45? Or 3 o'clock sharp? 3? We say 3 o'clock? Okay. That's okay, 50 minutes. Let's be back here at 3 o'clock sharp. We start at 3 o'clock. It's going to be interesting fishbowl, and then we should be done by 4:30. I've changed my timing kidogo. Okay, good, thank you. Enjoy lunch.
With domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained. to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communiqué to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communiqué, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communiqué with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communiqué is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. the ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the
What I find so amazing is how few Africans know how to swim. Yeah? I don't know, I don't understand. Was that? Wako landlocked, lakini wako na rivers inaitwaje? Si yako ogelea? Kwa nini? Unateremsha maji. I like that.
Sasa.
Sawa. So we are doing a fishbowl, and from the little experience that I have, fishbowl is listening in on the conversation of a few people and writing some notes as they do so, and then consolidating those notes together. So we'll be having a lady by the name, I think Cecilia. Where's my picture? Where's my? No, the chair of that will be the OG himself, Mokoni Kabaka. All right? And we'll be talking about the benefits, realizing benefits from effective management of indigenous knowledge-based intellectual assets. That's what we shall be talking about. Basically, on looking at what we've talked about the whole 3 days and trying figuring out how we can benefit from it. Okay? So I'd like to invite Bonaboro to please come and make an announcement. Where is he? Benson Boro? Bwana Benson Boro. How are you, sir? It's good to see you. Please give me a microphone. Or don't use that. Oh, it's gone. My podium has gone. Karibu sana. I understand there's an announcement there to be made.
I don't know whether we have the house is full, but thank you so much. My announcement is that we will need to meet all the rapporteurs after this so that we can be able to come up with a communique.
Oh, yes.
That need to be read by the CS on Friday.
Where would you like to meet them? Right here?
Right here after.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you are a rapporteur, usitoke uachwe.
Okay, good. Wanajijua?
Yes.
No zooming. You don't want them to zoom. Community, unaharibu bana.
It's just a sort of consultation on the way forward.
IPLCs, unaharibu bana. You're discouraging the rapporteurs. All right, good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are full, both in your body and in your mind. Vitu nyingi, hata roho imejaa. Na shukrani mingi, nashukuru. Yes, so I thought, yes, I've seen my OGH, he's here. OGW, OGW. I remember ingine. No, but it's a British one, All of the Golden Heart. British, only British. Our warrior, our golden warrior. Would you like to come in front here and guide us through this? And by the way, I have been requested by people that they want to feel the sand of the, you can't say you at Serena Beach Hotel and you do not see the beach. They want to see the beach. So can we agree 1 hour 15 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes? 1 hour flat. Okay, you've had. And the good thing is the chairman is not here to overrule me in public. I have done it in his back, behind his back.
And the micro.
Yes, please can I have a microphone for Bwana Kabaka? Thank you. Asante sana. Looking forward, yeah.
Yes, it becomes very difficult after lunch. I know, as usual, people want to have a siesta for 20 minutes. Then you come. It's natural, yes. As you have said, I will facilitate this session briefly, and we want to take about 1 hour. Ikipita itakuwa kidogo so that people can go for sunbathing. So what is required here, when you go to the program, some people are supposed to be boiled in a pile, fish pile.
And maybe we shall request them to proceed. I don't know if they are here, all of them, or some people are still eating, because we require Riamiti, if you are around, maybe join the then Elizabeth, is she around? Then Dr. Tolo. And then we have Joshua Njiru, Dr. Joshua Njiru. Miss Catherine Bunyasi. Yes. And then Dr. Benson Mburu, Miss Joyce Mende. We have Dr. Ann Mberia, Stanley Athari, and Dr. Ahmed Hassan.
And Dr. Mburu would announce it.
A meeting, yes.
Yeah.
Welcome. Huh? You are saying? Yeah. Yeah.
You can use that seat.
Oh. You can move it. Yeah? Oh. We were waiting for the county secretary. I think she'll join us. I don't know where she is or she forgot. For oh, hey. Oh, you want her to participate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Online. Julia online.
Okay, okay. Yeah, she was aware, but I don't know where she is now. Gentlemen, Madam, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the final stage, near final, of our workshop. This is a very important session always in workshops or whatever. We have been here discussing many things, but with a focus on unlocking actually a new subsector of the economy. This unlocking the new subsector of the economy. And before you, these are the internationally recognized experts in their subject area. All of them have keys. They have answers on how we are going to unlock this new subsector of the economy. What is going to happen? Each one with his own expertise will give us in 5 minutes or less, based on where he or she is and the key he or she has, in 5 minutes, how do we unlock this new subsector of the economy? What are the issues and how do we unlock, just in 5 minutes? After that, we are going to open to the plenary. Experts before you, these are representative members from different countries all over Africa. They are going to ask you questions. They want to see how this new area, because the government of Kenya has realized this is a section or a sector with the highest potential that is going to leverage the economy of the country. So these honored guests are going to ask you and give even opinion what they feel. So after you give your presentation in 5 minutes, and then they will ask, and then after that, we shall wrap up, which will take a short time. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, let me open up to the panelists. They will tell us their names, where they come from, if they are from Africa or from which country, but they will give us, each one will be telling us your name, and very briefly, in 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes. So we begin by our guest here. It's always ladies, but we can begin like this. Huh? Oh, yeah. Panelists say, members say we begin from the other side. So introduce yourself and very shortly tell us how do we unlock the potential of this sector.
Okay, dear delegates, I'm Joyce Ibende, working with the National Environment Management Authority at the ABS desk. What I wanted to add to this good discussant is issues to do with the benefit sharing mechanism, which seems not to be coming out clearly. And I have an example where I was reading issues to do with the traditional knowledge, the value chain, and how the benefit sharing mechanism has been able to uplift the livelihoods of women in Morocco. And I know ladies who are here, they have come upon a product called argan oil. And this product has been used in Morocco for the longest time. And they have tapped into this particular oil, and it has turned into shampoos, lotions. These women have formed cooperatives, they have shares, and they have put the product into the market. Now near home, what is it that we have that we can project and say it can reach those levels? Because I've gone to some areas as deep as West Pokot. We have our aloe around, and you find issues of benefit sharing are not there because of the middlemen. Issues of technology transfer are not there. They still do the processing using the traditional methods, whereby they still heat them in drums and all that. So for us to make sure that our products are on the market and they are of value, then we need to do value addition to them, and the benefit should be to the community so that we can tap into issues of conservation and sustainable use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told you are an expert in licensing. You needed to also, how do we touch, which area do we tap so that now we open this economy? Thank you. The next one.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. My name is Dr. Njiru from Kenya Bureau of Standards, in charge of research and development. Briefly, from what has been going on here the entire week, from where I sit and stand, I see a lot of points of convergence, especially towards indigenous knowledge, genetic resources, and especially where value addition is involved, because KEBS exist to facilitate trade, to make sure that what the developers at the community levels and even as an upscale, seated to my friend there, Joseph, they're now setting a big factory in Laikipia. that all those products shall get to the commercial level, and without the bottlenecks that maybe have been thought to be there in the past. And one of the things that is a strong take home for me and for all of us is a need for us to work together, breaking the silos and working together as a team, so that KEBS is not surprised that you're calling our quality assurance officers that I want you to inspect these products being developed by women from Baringo, Marquette, or other place, and then we start by saying, in the first place, do we have a standard for such kind of a product? But the developers and the people who are especially involved in the value addition value chains, creating different value chains, we welcome you to talk to us. We may not be very, very experienced, and especially in some areas that for indigenous knowledge that we may lack, but that's the importance of the technical committees, as I was talking about them yesterday. We have seen these work very well, and we have few places that we can compare with. Working with universities, Dedan Kimathi University, and we realize that there's a lot that actually the researchers, yesterday the CEO Kenai was saying, when during the Innovation Week, there's these young guys who showcase some very nice products that are meant for the market. But you ask them, who is the customer? But then also, I would want to ask, as you're developing that, shall it be subjected to a standard that even yourself you say, whatever I'm doing, this soap that I'm making, this cream, this deodorant, whatever you're making has got these attributes that it should be able to achieve. And it's along those criteria and those points that we can work together as Kenya Bureau of Standards in developing standards, and we cannot overemphasize the importance of the standards, creating a level playing ground, ensuring confidence to the consumers. So I think from my end, and there's the one who is at the helm of the Kenya Bureau of Standards for Research and Development, we see a lot of these collaborations, requests that we partner with the county governments, with universities, with startups. That's very, very welcome for all of us, and I'm glad that yesterday we learned that the standards that we develop, especially for the natural products, they're as good as we who are developing them, because we will dictate what are the parameters, what thresholds do we need to set. So it's a collective, we need to work together. At KEBS, we have now what we dub Tuwajibike na KEBS. It is where we believe that quality products and the products that we have in the market, we all have a role to play in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want each one to tell us exactly what can we do, 1, 2, 3, yes, to fix, to unlock this subsector. Next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kafaga. I'm Benson Buru. I work for the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And I would like to say that I developed interest in the natural products while I was doing my PhD in China between 2005 and 2009, when I walked into one of my professor's room, and there are some drugs he was helping the country to develop in China. And one of the successful drugs he had there, he told me this one, we are using an extract of mushroom we got from a forest in Kenya called Kakamega. He wasn't even able to pronounce it very well, but already it had gone through the clinical trials, and it was proving very effective on reducing the cholesterol in the bloodstream. And they were planning to be selling it at equivalent that time, Kenya shillings 5,000. And that's the time I realized how much. And then another incident that took place is that when we went there, the tilapia they were giving us, all people from Africa, we were refusing to eat. And we are telling them we are used to eating very nice tilapia that doesn't have those small bones like the one they were giving us. But before we left there, after 4 years, they already had the Lake Victoria tilapia in their pots, and they were marketing it at a higher price than the Aroko tilapia. So that tells you their attitude. Once they realize that there is something that is there. The other thing was, the professor I was to work with for my project, he wanted me to take back during my holidays the natural products that are used against crop diseases. And of course, by that time, KVs had been introduced. And when I told him I cannot take them illegally, first of all, I work for government, he was very furious and dropped me. I had to look for another professor. And I realized how these guys were working. They are ready to go any length just to ensure they have what they want. And part of that, those grants they were giving us, they wanted us also to go back with those products in the name that we are to use them for research. And one of the reasons I refused was that we had not decided what my project was, but he wanted me to gather all the natural products that are being used against.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Sorry. Now let me come to where we are here. That effective management of indigenous knowledge-based intellectual asset. What I would like to say here, what we need urgently, when you look at the drafters of the CBD, they gave us the 3 objectives, the first one being conservation, second one, sustainable utilization, the third one, access benefit sharing. But if you look, the third one actually should have been the second one. Because after conservation and making case for conservation, then what next? What next should have been actually, how can you access those natural resources which are within your jurisdiction, and how then after that, how do you sustainably use them for socioeconomic development? And the same can be applied because access is also, you have to access and also share benefit with the owners. So we really need to come out very clearly. We document the resources that we have as a country. Then we should also document who owns these assets. We should also...
Dr. Mburu, time is out.
Yeah,
Next.
after we establish what we have, who owns them, then we establish a system of sustainably utilizing them for socioeconomic development. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's focus to the key points, pop, because of time and it's going, yes.
And questionable potential of the indigenous knowledge sector. The second is a relative positive and progressive policy environment. Therefore, we need to ask ourselves, if this potential is there and the policy is not that badly off, why are we not benefiting as much as we should? Number one, if I speak from the community perspective, is that we really need first to know which assets are out there, which products are out there with indigenous knowledge holders and communities. And therefore the action here is we need urgent digitization. We need to fast track the repository of these assets so that first we begin with what we have. The second element is that some of them are even more urgent because they are at risk of extinction. In the case of the Maasai, if you think about Leleshwa, Taconandas camphoratus, which has an oil, an aromatic oil, that is already being commercialized and the Maasais are not benefiting. You have a Sonkoyo, which is a fragrance, the same thing. Olosesiai is near extinct, the saddlewood. And so we need to map out these that are at risk and secure them for conservation and sustainable production. Third is we need to address issues of internal community ownership dynamics. So what are the effective traditional institutions with effective representative market voice to speak for communities, so that then you have a framework to address the issues of PIC and MAT, and the issue that we had earlier about some NGO being denied by communities will not arise. So we need
to map out. We also need to map out the geographical spread of communities that have claims to certain product, so that when you design a benefit sharing arrangement, it will be conclusive and encompassing. 4 is the issue of regulatory institutions.
You have,
we have
one,
learned.
1 minute.
Okay, we've learned that these are many and overlapping mandates, and we need to map out so that we build a capacity of communities to be able to target the relevant institution for protecting these goods. We need to have a proactive discoverability arrangement. How do we know these things exist? We need to have county focal points on traditional knowledge and genetic resources to whom communities can connect to. We need to establish a fact sheet on frequently asked questions so that with one leaf, you can direct communities on where to get this help. And 2 last points. 1 is on transparency and accountability. We need to train communities on contracting and negotiation capacities. We need to give effect to instruments of engagement, like free, prior, and informed consent, the biocultural protocols.
Time out.
All right, and of course, resource support and access to benefit. Thank you very much.
Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Beria from the State Department of Culture and Heritage, and specifically the Department of Culture. I am the focal point for Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act to see that it is operationalized in Kenya. Now, what I see as the challenge we have is that people are still not informed. People still do not appreciate what we have. We tend to appreciate what other people have. What we need to do is keep on capacity building, like the way the NPI program is doing. Keep on reminding Kenyans that what you're doing and what you have is very, very important. I remember a time that we went to, I was taking visitors around, state guests around, for them to see ushanga. To us ni kawaida kuweka uzi kwa hizo beads. Do you know people even as close as Uganda, hawajui kuweka hiyo, hawajui, they have no idea. They wanted to be shown, how do we do it? And because they have heard about the fame that has brought about Kenya, they also want to start doing it. Why can't we appreciate what we have? Let us appreciate ourselves and our strengths. What we need to do also, we need to document what we have so that we can know where does it come from, where does it originate from, what value is it. We need to valorize these things. Add more value so that it can bring more money into our pockets. What we are talking about here is uplifting Kenyans.
1 minute.
Yeah. Uplifting the livelihood of Kenyans, and what we need to educate people on is that what you have is very, very important, so that they are able to appreciate all that they have. We are talking about creative industries here. We are talking about beauty products. You have seen, sorry to kuwaita hivi, Wasomali town wanauza beauty products, and we buy them. And they do not sell to us cheaply. Why can't we put them in a way that they are well packaged, and then they become our own, our products? See, Wasomali wa Bali ni Wasomali wa Kenya. That I'm talking about. So what we are talking about is a subsector that will need structures, strong structures, so that we can be able to assist our people. We are talking about upscaling conservation and preservation efforts, and also valorization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Lolchoki from Narok County Government. I'm the County Secretary. I think for the people to realize the benefits from effective management, the first thing that we need to ask ourselves is, what is effective management? What is effective management, and what is these intellectual assets? So effective management is coordinating and making use of resources sensibly, underline the word sensibly, and helping improve efficiency. Because there is a lot that is there, but are we efficiently or coordinating those resources well to be beneficial to the people? And then when you talk of intellectual assets, those are the assets like a business brand, name, logo, original creative work or inventions. I think the reason why for the longest time our people have not benefited from what they are doing is because, first of all, we don't know the value of branding. The moment I take a name, for example, Ilonito, for example, the step number one to ensure that Catherine does not take my brand to be hers is to register that name, give it a logo. So at least even on the records of government, it is known it is my product. Because right now, I think the biggest challenge we have of even wondering who is community, who is beneficiary, is because we are not taking the right steps. So the moment we tell our people, register for a brand that you think is yours. The moment umeenda register, if it's an outfit that I've designed and it's for Elizabeth Lochoki, go to the registrar of companies, register as a company, and put a logo and own it. That way, it becomes easy even for government to assist. Then,
1 minute.
What counties should do is, first of all, domesticate the current existing policies and make use of them. Set systems for mapping out and registration, budget for activities, roll out, capacity build, and document for posterity. Thank you.
Next, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Bunyasi Kahuria once again. I'm sure you all remember my name by now. And I work at the Office of the Attorney General. I'm happy to have been there since the task force came up with the policy, and we were able to chair the law and come up with what was signed in 2016. So in a nutshell, I just want to talk about, and I'm very excited about this moment because we are incorporating the communities. And I say that this law is about the communities and how they will be able to benefit themselves using their rich cultural heritage, and also look at the intellectual property aspects that can alleviate them from so many challenges that they may have as a community. I also, what comes to mind is the role of elders, and how will the Ministry of Culture be able to identify who are the elders? I remember our speaker in the morning talking about how they had to look for the king of Wanga, Nabongo Mumia, who was who is the spokesperson of that community, and they had to get the prior informed consent from that spokesperson. So how are the communities going to arrange themselves in such a way that they themselves are able to come up with their own community registers, and then also come up with the county registers? So they themselves have to have put their house in order before even that county government is coming to the community and saying, look, here we are, this process is willing, it's a willing process, and you know, the issue of databases is very, very important. And then national government now becomes, you know, the trustee. They hold this information in trust. Now, all those administrative details, the nitty-gritty details, are things that will be done. And I look at this workshop and this gathering that is so rich and has all the representation. As the CS said, we have all the people we need here. Come up with a traditional knowledge strategy document that will be used for implementation. And as we have said throughout the week, we are looking at implementable.
1 minute.
We are looking at implementable. And one of the things that I always look at is on the issue of continuous raising awareness and sensitization of all stakeholders and unaligned communities. There is a lot of work to be done, but when we look at it as a multi-agency approach and partnership and collaboration between government and the communities, government at whatever levels, this is something that can be done. On the international sphere, Kenya is a country to watch. not just because we have a rich cultural heritage, but because we have what it takes. We already have the law in place. We are signatories to all the treaties and agreements that we need for now. We are still looking at our internal procedures so that we ratify what else we need. And out there, we are an example, not only in Africa, but in the TK world at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
So, good afternoon, delegates. My name is Stanley Asali. I'm a patent examiner at the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. I come from the Nabongo Mumia territory. And now I'm concerned about IP, and I love intellectual property rights because there are several reasons for that. Now, what do I want in this process? We need clear documentation to ensure that we have got 47 county repositories and an appropriately located national repository so that we are able to develop a searchable database. As an examiner, I cannot reject your application unless I quote a document. If you pick anything from Wanga community, I'll be able to go to the Kakamega repository and confirm or corroborate with the national depository documentation and be able to tell you that whatever you're talking about was documented in Kakamega County, and hence I've got grounds to stop misappropriation. So what do I need from you? We need to document to enable us to have a searchable database. Now, there are two issues I would like to comment on before Kavaka says 1 minute. If your pipe is leaking, the only thing to fix it is to go and fix that leaking part of it. And from Kavaka's presentation, you realize that we have got thousands of our genetic resources actually patented outside Kenya, isn't it? So the best thing to do is to fix the patent system, because it's the international highway for misappropriation of African traditional knowledge and genetic resources. What am I proposing? We have got the law in Kenya on intellectual property rights, mainly industrial property, that's patents. We have to review the patent law and call for disclosure of source of origin of the asserted traditional knowledge and the genetic resources. That's pure. And it should go beyond patents. We should also call on our breeder system to also call for disclosure of the source of the seed, because biotechnology is with us. They have the technologies to add other things, but we have the seed that can be used. So what am I saying? Disclosure requirement in patents and breeding applications. Now, another issue that I came across, not by choice, the authorship of the disclosure is the survey I did in Kajiado.
1 minute.
Yes. I'm calling for a new regime on animal breeders' rights. Genomics has it that we can sequence all our genetic resources. ILRI is with us here. ILRI is doing a lot of work on red Maasai sheep due to the known characteristics of that. And without having an IP regime, we shall not be able to apportion benefits to that. Why am I saying that? Because I believe that IP system is going to help us to apportion benefits to the communities depending on the disclosure. I end my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of us. My name is Festus Tolo. I come from Kemri. I'm a chief research officer responsible for research in area of natural products. Now, very, very quickly, because of the time, what do we need to do where I stand? Because I stand in the lab, I usually don't sit. For us to be able to actualize herbal medicine as an integrated part of the mainstream healthcare system. So first, we need to identify and secure the source of the raw material. As we know, it has been mentioned already that we are losing a lot of this raw material through various means, some of them being development, clearing of our forests for development and so on and so forth, and sustained harvesting. So we need to ensure that we have continuity of the raw material. That's number one. Number two, we need to engage the source of information on natural products, herbal medicine and traditional medicine, so that as a researcher, we can be able to communicate. Because one of the things which is a problem is lack of trust. So we need to develop trust between the one who is giving us that information of the properties of the product and then with the researcher, so that this information can come in a filtered form so that it can help good research. Number three, we need to provide scientific information on these products so that they can be acceptable as products which can be dispensed in our hospitals. How do we do this? We need to provide safety of the product. We need to provide efficacy of the product. We need to provide dosage of the product. We need to know that this is the amount which we need to take for us to get the therapeutic benefit indicated for it. Sorry? He was just coughing.
No, I was not even the one.
So we need to provide this information. How do we do this? By formulating the herbal preparation or the traditional medicine in a way that we can be able to determine the shelf life, because we know when we prepare it, how long is it going to remain therapeutic before it goes bad? This information is important. How are we going to be able to know that if you're giving it to an elderly person or you're giving it to a child, that this is the right concentration you need to provide? That is very important. Alongside of it, of course, we need to know what we call the phytochemistry so that we can be able to do what we call reproducible formulation of the product. If you go and collect from the forest and you are making a particular product, you must be making a similar product all the time. So how do you do that? You identify what we call biological markers of activity, which you can identify on your new raw material so that you ensure that the end product will be similar to the one you made the other day. So that is very important. Fourthly, we need to partner with pharmaceutical companies, industrialists who can be able to provide resource for the production of the material. Because if we are going to do our science, we have all that information, and we are not able to produce and avail, then we will have not gone the whole hog. So we need serious partnerships. I hope amongst us we have pharmaceutical companies who can be able to engage so that we can be able to move this thing to the production level and produce it for production so that people can be able to benefit. Finally, we need resource.
Yeah, 1 minute, yes.
Yeah, we need resource, financial resource, to be able to provide all those informations I've already laid out. As we know, NRF are here, they are assisting, and we are grateful. Our government is also actually assisting research directly. Even members of parliament assist research directly. And we need all these assistances so that research can be done which is meaningful. Because if you give me 1 million shillings to do research, you are telling me I go to a field activity, collect and come back and sit in my lab with material without doing anything. So small money is wasted money, I can tell you. So we need good financing to do research. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hassan, you are the last one. Tell us the keys to unlock.
Okay, my name is Hassan Mohammed. I work for the Natural Product Industry Initiative, which is actually located at the National Museums of Kenya. And we are responsible for this meeting here. So the question is, how do we realize benefits from effective management of indigenous knowledge-based intellectual assets? So at the NPI, we believe that we need to develop a structured process to enable us, maximize benefit from these assets. And as Madam Kulamo said, are we speaking to each other or are we speaking at each other? So we believe that we have to interact with the counties and members of the public who actually own these assets. And therefore, we, at the Natural Product Industry Initiative, what we do is
we start a process of creating awareness at the county level on the critical importance of documenting and preserving the indigenous knowledge in a form. Actually, we would like to develop county registers where each county would document the important indigenous knowledge-based assets that they have. And then we do that by actually training. We offer training, and in our programs, we actually have an important element of training of the county staff on how they can document their indigenous knowledge. And we want to put them in a sort of a computer-based county registers. And all these 47 counties, can then transmit that information to a national repository. So we have a national repository that contains information from all the 47 counties. So we're going to enable the county governments to document the indigenous knowledge, and that becomes now an asset that investors can actually come and interrogate, researchers can come and interrogate, and we think that that is a very important step. So we start by documentation of IK. And then this becomes a resource that can now be subject to interrogation by potential investors or scientists. And so those who are interested in those resources can then now start the application process for, PIC. We have also helped in establishing a roadmap on how those resources can be accessed. We have created at the county level and at the community level organizations that represent the interest of the
You have 1 minute.
The users, okay, and then so there can be now contact between the people who want to use those resources and the owners of those resources at the county. So that is, I think, a very important roadmap that we have developed for easy access of genetic material at the county level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you've heard from the experts. They are the only experts we have, as we don't know, but they have provided possibilities, different keys, how do we unlock this new subsector of our country's economy. We are opening up, but as we move on, we have one of our guests who have been listening keenly. Our visitor with good news from a far country. And I think we shall also give him 5 minutes from what we have talked. Maybe you might be having the key. How to, we have the vast resources, indigenous knowledge and genetic resource with vast potential. How do we unlock this new sector? Maybe give us just 5 minutes if possible solutions, how we move. And as he finishes, we shall have about 10 questions. So maximum of 10 questions. Just write up and then we'll ask them at random or redirect. Then after that, we shall have finished the sessions. They will each sum up with 1 minute as we finalize. So I think with the microphone, we shall invite our guest to give us a brief.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, distinguished delegates. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thought of actually having this more towards the end of the session so that I could truly wrap up all that I've heard. But let me briefly give you my impressions, very, very briefly, because I've noticed that over here we have so many doctorates and so many professors. I'm reluctant to ask a question unless I have a doctorate myself. Unfortunately, I have left my doctorate halfway through, so I'm not too sure if I'm qualified enough to ask questions, but let me share my observations. One is, it's been extremely comprehensive. I've really enjoyed the thought process, the element of input and assessment that's gone in from all aspects of this entire enterprise. But let me give it to you from my perspective, because there have been many perspectives, but my perspective is that of an investor. I'm based in Singapore. In fact, I plan to be based in Kenya. We had a group of investors, a consortium, which actually invests in multiple industries, one of which is the pharma and the biotech space, both in agritech as well as in the use of biotech in the human health industry. Now, while there have been many aspects that have been covered here, and quite a few of you have touched upon what is necessary. In fact, I think Dr. Hassan, Kemri, Dr. Taracha have been mentioning at many points the requirement to have the stakeholder, the investor's point of view. And I think some of those points you've made. But I feel an essential element here missing in this whole conversation is how does an investor find a safe space? It is a given that investors will always look for a very holistic environment. It is also a given that we are living in a world where no corporate can ever ignore the reality of the ground. And that's the most holistic, the most healthy, and the best way to go forward, that we recognize the rights of everybody, we create an ecosystem that really delivers the end result. But the end result has to be something which not only retains, but brings in technology, brings in value addition here in the country, and delivers products that can be exported to the world. But to do that, the investors who come in have to also feel a sense of safety and comfort. One, in terms of access to these resources, because from all that I've heard, I hope I'm not running out of time, Jay.
No, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. So the one point that I felt initially was that there's a lot of concern from the communities, very genuine, a lot of action from the government side, but there's no clarity exactly on whom do we go to in order to secure that. And once we secure that, how secure is it? I mean, of course, there are lots of safeguards in terms of having your copyright, your patents. And of course, patents itself is a gray area because it depends on what you can patent. The process, if it's unique, can be patented. But a cultural element, for example, if you're talking in terms of something from a plant that you're deriving, because we are into the area of nutraceuticals. In fact, there was a reference yesterday to the talk, and the cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals are a key element of our approach, our focus. Now, how do we secure that? Where are these resources? In fact, Dr. Hassan was mentioning that it's creating a resource. I think that's very key. But even if you have it there, is it a place where is it something that we can really come there and say we're secure and we can invest in it? And because that's a fundamental question investors will ask. How secure is our investment? Tomorrow, will questions come up? Will these be taken back? I did not hear a clarity on. I think there's a lot of, I wouldn't say lack of clarity, a lot of gray areas here which all of us are aware of. All of you have mentioned it at great length and in a very articulate manner. So I'm not saying that it's not there, but there is an area that is not clear at all. For an investor, that's a matter of concern. If you can't have access to it, how would you invest? In fact, the gentleman from Cambridge was also talking about the investments. Absolutely right. You need a lot of resources because it's a concept. A concept to a deliverable product is a huge process. It's not small. It's not like, it's a considerable journey. But for the journey to happen, it has to start with confidence in the ecosystem, in the environment, in the availability of resources, and the sustainability of those resources from an investor's point of view. The second thing is, I think that's also been mentioned, all of you have mentioned, there's an alphabet soup of agencies and licenses, which is quite terrifying, to be honest. And I must tell you that I come from Singapore where it's literally, I've shared with some of you how simple and how logical. And as I keep telling my children, don't think Singapore is the world. And I tell myself that as well. Singapore is not the world, but it's something to aspire to. But I think a single window, which I heard mentioned, is an essential element. It's not something to actually say a target, but I think it should be a fact from the beginning, because you'll have a lot of investors coming in once you clarify or really clear up that particular aspect. Because when you look at fines like 5 million and it's not just 4 years imprisonment for something that could come out of ignorance, I know a lot of investors sitting in Singapore who would say, let's look at some other country. I've gone through this. I've actually pitched Africa to my board even 15 years ago. let me share with you. And they came back and said, there's too much of obscurity and gray areas. We know the opportunity exists, but until there's clarity, let's not go forward. I'm hoping the dialogue changes 15 years later. I'm here desperately hoping, pushing, and hoping that with all the talent and wonderful expertise we have, because the human resources of Kenya is something that's mind-blowing. I mean, I'm just astonished with the level of dialogue and the level of information, the level of understanding that all of you have. Truly, from my heart, I've worked in more than 18 countries, and I can tell you, Kenya is just right at the top of the... But to translate that into reality, it needs functional programs that invest from, I'm purely from an investor's point of view, that we would feel comfortable in engaging with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I hope all of us, we have heard his views about investor confidence, safety, security. I hope it's an area we need to fix, and we need to provide a solution to that, this area of licensing and related, so that legal clarity, very key, if, so that whom is he trading with, where is he going, those things need to be very clear. Yeah, so it appears the experts, you did not touch in that area. And but because of time, let's move very fast. 10 questions, just to the point, not stories. Yes, just raise up your hands. Yeah, we begin. That is one.
Okay, my question.
You direct?
Yes, Dr. Daktari from Kemri. He said small money is no money. How much money do we need? What I'm not asking the Daktari to tell us how much money. The question is, how much is budgeted for research, which will make a meaning? Because we have seen even in universities, professor will tell you, the research part is not funded well, and we need change. The only way to have this country change is to have more money. So we need to ask even the counties to put in more budgets or more money to research, and workable research, which will bring things which are real, not just research.
Because of time, you go straight to the questions.
Daktari,
yes.
Please, it's good because he has experience of real and workable research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we shall get to the 10 questions, and then they will respond briefly.
Thank you. I'm Professor Tanua from Pwani University, and mine is actually a comment or a contribution in terms of the research perspective. And my colleague here has just talked about the issue of heavy financing in terms of research project. What I wanted to add, and this would go a long way in terms of piracy reduction, because most of us who have done work outside, as one of our facilitators was saying, you are asked to carry samples with you outside there. But what we need to do is enhance our infrastructure development, enhance our capacity to do the research within this country, so that we don't have to be sending out some of these items and eventually the piracy takes place, so that we do protect our genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Oh. Yes.
Thank you. Be good. I wish to make general remarks. First, to appreciate the 9 panelists for the good brief presentations you've made. These seem to be directed to the conveners of this forum. And Dr. Taracha, you have to listen to this. The late President Robert Bob Mugabe, while addressing what was his second last address to the General Assembly in New York, said this, and I quote or probably paraphrase, that the Assembly seemed to be risking to have turned into a talk shop. It is my prayer and desire, Dr. Taracha, that the next high-level forum should be a celebration of some kind that we have made the first step. And this brings me to the second comment, because 2013 to 2017, I worked for the bigger county government. It is my prayer to the Council of Governors that their allocation to the concerned department, which should be able to link us, which should be able to practicalize what we are discussing here. And probably National Assembly will be key because they are involved in the budget process. Otherwise, if we don't get the required funding, as I said, we risk turning this forum into a talk shop. Be good.
Be good. Thank you very much. Yes.
My name is Dr. Amos Lewa Mavita. I think there's a lot of talent in Kenya, both at the level of your capacity as leaders in the different departments, and there's a lot of talent with individuals in this country. What is actually working against Kenya and its development, especially in the science area, each time there is a quest for Kenya to produce its own products, those who attend those conferences are not technical persons. They are personnel officers, finance officers, and people of that kind of nature who have not the least understanding when it comes to technical work. So when they're asked to come up with a product, they think in terms of the West. And I think God blessed us by sending COVID, so that those who sit in those places to talk about the West realized the West cannot be of help to them. That is why I ask the panels that are sitting with us, identify talent with individuals in this country. Come down to where technical work can be done. It is good after this that we identify different personnel that are here to link together with the different talented personalities in this area, so that after that we work with the talent in the counties and with the talent found in with the individuals found in those places. And I also invite the investors, and I want to say this: those who are investing, if you go to the personnel officers, the people who sit in the conferences, you will never get the gist of the answer from this country. Come back to those with the talent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, you are supposed also to have been asking the experts as you give your comments, but it's fine. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Katamaya. Oh, somebody, let ask and then, yes, Dr. welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is to KEBS. I think you mentioned something about if you come up with new innovation, new products, if you come up with new innovation or new product, and then KEBS is supposed to certify, the person is supposed to come with his standards. So I didn't get that place very well, because how can somebody come with his own standards and come with the product and then you certify? Isn't it also possible, maybe if we don't have such standards within, get them compare from other countries, developed countries or something like that, rather than saying go back and bring standards for us to certify your product, because then everybody will come with their own standards. Maybe you can respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Katama.
No.
Oh. Let Priscilla ask before, because the microphone is there, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think, thank you, the panel, for your insights. And I think I want to ask a question to Kippy and probably Catherine from the AG's office. My question is, we are here to look for how to unlock the sector. But from what the Kippy representative has said, is that for them to reject an application for a patent, they need to base it on a document. And I'm wondering if they would consider the PIC and the MAT in their rejection process. Much as the IP law does not right now talk about disclosure, full disclosure, does that really need a review of the law? Because it will take time. What can be done that KIPI or the IP law can start recognizing PIC and MAT to cushion the communities and all the researchers involved? Thank you.
Thank you. I think last one is Dr. Katama. Time is bad. We only requested 10 minutes. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I think it was Dr. Atunga, and to some extent, he touched on what I wanted to bring forward. But besides that, I think the question is, how do we get things moving? And I go back to the 3 circles I mentioned on our first day here, which are interlocking into each other: the developer, the intermediary, and the consumer. And I'm sure in that panel, all of them are there. Not until when they will speak to each other and work together practically, we are not going to, we'll be in the talk shop that was mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been pushed about 3 questions. Our time is actually over, but so you and Peño. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I register traditional herbal practitioners as holders of indigenous knowledge. And for a very long time, they've tried engaging the AG's office, the Ministry of Health, and I think even as we speak, there is an adversarial relationship based on mistrust between the holders of IK who do not trust the Ministry of Health and its institutions. And I am aware of a letter that is being written today, for instance, to the Ministry of Health, that the Ministry of Health does not engage the traditional herbal practitioners when it comes to formulation of policies to guide the sector. How can the AG's office try and facilitate that process of bringing them together? Because each time the holders of knowledge seek engagement with the Ministry of Health, and that has mainly been done through the office of the AG, it rarely results in any meaningful engagement, and that has perpetuated the mistrust that exists. So if the ministry, if the AG's office could help facilitate that discussion, bring the practitioners and the holders of the knowledge to a roundtable discussion, I am persuaded we may solve some of the existing challenges and at least identify some programs that could, some products that could be advanced to the next level.
Thank you. Thank you all, the panelists. You know, we need to give credit, some additional credit to the session chair. He reframed the question, but in so doing, he actually sharply and aptly captured the goal of this high-level meeting, right from the word day one, which is, what do we need to do? He was asking each one of you, what is the one thing or two things we need to do to unlock this subsector? So thank you for that. Now, on that particular point, we are really, personally, I'm very impressed with the responses we've gotten from each one of you, the totality of which is going to really weigh heavily on the communique, preparing the communique that Madam CS asked us to prepare. But beyond that, I wish to remind ourselves of something. I think it was yesterday's presentation from UNDP rep, who, among other things, talked of a national valorization strategy. And I also want to call your attention to the concept note that the Secretariat prepared when they were organizing this meeting, and look at the section on expected outputs. You will actually find that amongst the outputs that are expected of this workshop is a consideration to be put to establishing a national valorization team. I think it's there. So the two are speaking to each other. But that's where really I would like to pitch in, and as I build on what you have said, and very, very ably articulated and very usefully. You see, for quite some time, and for very good reasons, as a country we've expended a lot of energy and effort thinking through policy, legal framework, administrative structures, for very good cause. And it all begins there. And it needed to be done. So some of us are now saying that debate needs to be brought to some quiet rest. It deserves some rest now. I caught a lot of consolation and comfort in some of the presentations from the floor here, a number of them from the lead institutions. You heard what the Director Cyrus Mageria from the Ministry of Environment articulated here, along with the presentations from other colleagues, when he actually talked of a one-stop shop, you know, electronic permitting, licensing, one-stop shop. Of course, Dr. Hartmut Meyer, from the GIZ perspective, weighed in. So that we now have it. We almost have it. Let me not say we have it. We almost have it. But so what? So what is what brings me to what Mr. Geoffrey Omedo from UNDP was talking about. He provoked us here. He's a Kenyan, but not working for the Kenya government. He's working for an international agency. Provoked us here. Said, in shaping a vision, you can come up with it, or wait for other people to come and define it for you, and you buy into it. But then he zeroed in on national valorization strategy. So the entire value chain. You can't valorize that. You can't make the law or policy stop there and say you valorized. You can do research and find very key good findings and provide proof of concept that what traditional knowledge holders claim is true. And you stop there and say you have done it. You have valorized. You can't come and commercialize in the manner Dr. Tolo was defining and all that. Okay, formulate and all that. And stop there and say, yes, I've arrived. You can't do laboratory phase production and show that it still works and say you've arrived. You will step up and do commercial scale production and hit it into the market and let it stay there and start making money, and then you say you have arrived. So that really is the journey. And I'm very, very happy, personally, colleagues and the floor, I'm happy that we're now pointing, we're now channeling, we're now focusing our dialogue, the national dialogue that we contemplated on Monday towards that. So I like that documentation. You won't develop anything that you haven't documented. You've said it. And so that's that thing. I don't know, the framers, the people who will frame the communique, the people who are recording, they need to take. So the licensing, permitting, one-stop shop, a key thing. The documentation and digitization, as spoken by our CS and PS in 13 counties as a rollout, is a key thing. It's going to trigger interest from business. The thought, the thinking about how we mobilize resources to do scientific validation for those products that will need to be validated. That's going to be a key thing. And now we have CAM rep. We have a friend of Kenya, all the way from Singapore seated here. We have, you know, they are now weighing in from the real world, the business world, and saying, but Kenya, you're talking about this thing, but do you really have it all together? And it's getting really interesting. A friend from Singapore has said, oh, as an investor, safety of the investment, certainty of the investment, holistic approach to that. Okay, so we're getting there. The standards guy, you're going to talk about, you'll respond to Dr. Tunga's question. And I was just wishing I was in a position to respond to that, to Atunga, when we are having a cup of tea. But I like that you're asking those questions and all. So we have it all together. So thank you very much. I think this was a very, very useful session. We're getting there.
Thank you very much. I think we shall not go to other questions because we are time-bound. Yes, and we are coming to the final session. Just sometime when you are a chair, you have an opportunity to comment. We have some experience from Brazil. You know, my friend from Daktari, when he was commenting about talents and related, and he talked about the public. This value pipeline involves very many people. We have done negotiations like in America. You find somebody in the administration is the key negotiator in that meeting. I was referring to Brazil. Something unique happened in Brazil. It's like what we are doing here. You see, the line ministries of environment, wildlife, agriculture, they took time, they could not fix the APS law. The law was fixed by the ministry in charge of finance. It was the planning, actually people of the planning, like the equivalent, they are the ones who took charge and fixed the APS law. Because this is business. We could be seeing it in a regulatory manner, and we are not making a facilitative law. That is how the law was fixed, and now they are making a lot of money. In a very simple way, they fixed. I was just giving a small example. Then a small thing, we are happy you are here. They have already laid a platform. If you want, by next week, you can sign agreements and start trading in business. I think there are platform opportunities we can easily be good. I think by next month, if they are serious, they can sign an agreement if it is a cosmetic or a drug, because they have already established platforms with the counties at the national level, something can be done. And I think members, because of time, I think for those, excuse me, Stanley, I think for those who have questions, kindly just within 1 minute or whatever, respond to those questions. Then we shall request 1 minute. You give your experience in the fish pile, then that will be a conclusion and over. And Hadmut, you have a question? Yes, that will be the end of the session.
Yeah, I think it was a question that was directed to me directly from Dr. there. My utterances were with respect to actually what Dr. Hassan had asked yesterday, that assuming you have a lawyer from like KPA, you have a lawyer from other places, will you have different standards with different thresholds for a lawyer? And my utterances were towards working together and breaking the silos so that we can be able to come down with a consensus document that speaks of one standard. It's not practical that every developer from different, on the natural products developed, they will come and will have a standard that is overlapping or has got gray areas. So it's through the technical committees that that can be sorted out. And also to mention that it's good when KEBS is involved, especially for products that will need, or rather for items that will need product certification, because you can advise. And you have seen this most recently, especially one innovator who came up with a juice from Kantan's Edulis, and he wanted us to give the specifications. How do we certify a juice product of a juice from Mira? And you know, the things that go around that. So I was speaking from the spirit of working together, and one of the deliverables that actually we can do exactly immediately from this is that we talk to each other, what we do, what we can be able to do together, what is happening. If you talk to the technical committee 171 on the service industry for culture, you realize maybe they are doing something, or there's a process that is ongoing that you never knew and you're here. Thank you.
Yeah, I also had a question, very briefly. I was being asked how much money is enough to do good research. What I would say, the money which is able to do what you project to do. So I mentioned one particular figure of 1 million, because in our experience, we know that if you are running a study, there are various aspects of that study which require financing. And I can tell you 1 million is not enough. Maybe to just mention what has been produced and the kind of money which was used to produce it, it's like, for example, we talk of the artemisinin-based drugs. It has been very expensive. They have spent billions of shillings to produce it. It's from a medicinal plant. So that kind of financing is what we need to actualize the medicines we talk about. We talk of 2% GDP for research. I can tell you, I'm not very sure that that is the actual money which is allocated for research. But if it could be located, then it could really support good research. Now, there is a concern which was raised by a colleague here about mistrust of the herbalists and the Ministry of Health. I belong to that Ministry of Health. And I concur to a point, because you find that the herbalists, the traditional health practitioner, provides a medical service. But where is this person registered? It's registered at the Ministry of Culture. So you can see the disconnect. And that is where the problem of the Ministry of Health could come in, because the Ministry of Health, if they were to register this person, then there are certain things medical they would require to see and identify from such a person. Then the next problem is with the product. Most of these products are not regulated. We have the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which is registering and listing these products. But they can only do so if the products are presented to them. So here we have a person who is providing a service. He is a doctor and he is a pharmacist at the same time. So you can see how that complicates things. And I think it is for that reason that perhaps it would be seen that the ministry perhaps might not be responding very well. in that aspect. But we need to streamline this. Because if these people are providing a medical service, then why can't that registration be done by the Ministry of Health? Because they're treating us. So that is what I would briefly like to say. Thank you, Chair.
So let me attempt to answer the question from the World of Research Training Institute. Yes, from where I sit, I've been sitting in that place for nearly 20 years. So I can comfortably say that with legal guidance, we can comfortably review Section 29 of the Industrial Property Act on biological inventions and call for disclosure of the source of knowledge or asserted traditional knowledge. That one, I believe, with us sitting here, is not a big deal. It's a section that deals with biological inventions. Right now is the one that's handling biotechnology, where should you have a microorganism for biotechnology, you have to deposit it at KEMRI if it's medical, or CALRO. Are they functioning, those depositories? That's a discussion for another day. Now, if we disclose traditional knowledge and strategic resources under that section, it will be good. We shall only say that if you are applying for a patent that involves traditional knowledge or strategic resources, then you have to disclose the source. And now, when I say the source, that's where the catch is. You will have to attach the PIC or MAT that was deposited in Kakamega County, and that can be verified at the National Repository, be it Kekobo for now as it is, or KEMRIC for whichever discussion that could lead there. That one is workable. So it's simple. 29, disclosure. Regulation 11, we verify with the Kekobo or KEMRIC if there will be the National Repository. I raised my case.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've heard many questions that have legal questions. So I'll just narrow down on one, on the issue of, a lot of obscurity and lack of clarity or uncertainty, and a soup, what was it? I like the alphabet soup of agencies and licenses and permits. So this law has quoted, if you look at the end of it, a national competent authority. So what the authors had put down and what we got was a bit different. But you can imagine this team of experts, and I'm glad to say I see like four of us on this panel are the ones who came up with the law. What we put down was not what we got at the end, but we had put down the formation of a statutory, a state corporation or an authority that would be the implementer of this law. So that is something we are still looking at, and that is one of the tasks of the task force, that we will be able to advise our principals that indeed to avoid a whole mirage or concoction of different agencies doing different things, for purposes of implementation of the TK and TCE's Act, it is very, very important that we have a state corporation or an authority or whatever you want to call it, looking at matters TK and TCs and how we will be able to advance and implement the Act through this agency. Thank you.
We have come actually to the end, but briefly, there are issues that have come up, and I think from the standards, the way we are saying, next week they are signing agreement, and for you, within 2 weeks, I think we already have products, indigenous products being treated, and they don't have standards. And that one, we should not wait. Aloes, tamarins, pop-up, we are taking them. At least we can have something and showcase immediately. That one doesn't require much. Just with that committee, you agree, and it moves on. And actually, Dr. Tolo, that was good. And I have a friend of mine from USA said, Kabak, you see, most of these products, actually, we have a lot of work that has been published. What we, as Katama was talking, how do we put them on the marketplace? It's not an issue of money. How do we put them on the marketplace? Some of these, like tamarins, are already on the marketplace. The way they are putting on the marketplace, they don't require those millions. We have the low-hanging fruits and the high-end fruits. So I think something can be done. When you go to South Africa, actually, a company there is signing agreements with local communities, and already based on the published, we saw a lot of brine formed and whatever, where you can put as a phytomedicine at that level, then now you go to a high-end pharmaceutical. I think something can be done if people are serious, so that we begin somewhere. And I think because of time, I think let's conclude. And we begin from the other side. If they normally say a parting shot, unless if you don't have, but I'm sure everyone has a parting shot. Let's begin by Joyce again. Just 1 minute, then that will be the end as we bring in a Macaria. Yes, to conclude, yes.
Okay, it was a great moment to interact with the great panelists. And I'll still echo the words of my senior, Mr. Magaria, that we should look forward to acceptable, implementable, and versatile ABS framework, and also strive to make sure that we are working towards ease of work, doing business in this country in terms of the permitting system. The agencies that are here, let's talk so that we remove the bottlenecks that are making the permitting system not to be working for our communities.
My parting shot will be for all of us to see the important role of standards, what the role that they play at the commercial level to help us be able to move our products to the shelf for the consumers in Kenya. And maybe just to mention, Bwana Chair, that there is actually a standard for tamarind, but that shows actually the proactiveness of the developer, because Jetlac in Roiru, they came and they said, we have this product, we have been having sources, but now we want to add tamarind. So we want a standard that will be for tamarind sources. So if you want a tamarind, like the way Ngilu wants it in Kitui, to be blended into wimbi flour for porridge, that's a standard that we're going to create, because that's a need that is coming from the developer. As a technical committee on that matrix or that product. So all of us, we should know that standards are good, and they can actually open a big deal for our natural products to be sold globally, not only regionally. Thank you. And please go on to the KEBS website. The technical committee nomination is open, and those of you who want to be part of the different members in the different technical committee, put a very good bio of yourself. Mostly that's what they will look at. What are your competencies? And especially these, I think, this forum for traditional knowledge can really bring in some excitement in the whole service sector, and hope to see a couple of you as technical committee members in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm also very happy about the way things are going. Going on forward, we need a facilitative governance structure for the whole system, the ABS, from the access all the way to the product formation and also to the marketing of the product. So that's what we should all work to, because at the end, the benefit to be shared will come from the market, out of the product that will be sold. If nothing will go to the market, there will be no benefit to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great opportunity. I think for the last 3 days, we have discussed eloquently, and perhaps for the next day or so. I now invite us to the action arena to walk the talk and do so based on a human rights-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this moment and even for the workshop. I would say that I'm very delighted that what I'm seeing is not just any other workshop or a net to any other workshop. I'm seeing a movement for Kenyans. It's a movement that we are starting, a movement where we are going to take our products forward to the marketplace when we have already valorized them. We are starting, we are not stopping. So we keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was great being part of this very good conversation. I believe as a parting shot for me, let us all set systems now to move this conversation from theory to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure by now you know I love quotes. So I'll read you one from V.K. Gupta of the Traditional Knowledge Library in India. And two of us were able to, with our ICT of both Kekobo at that time and Kipi, to visit. Our traditional knowledge digital library is the only database which even the US admits can effectively prevent misappropriation of local wealth. Sharing it with the patent offices in other countries with all safeguards in place can protect our centuries-old heritage and knowledge. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for the quote. Now, Chair, I would like to address our honorable investor by saying this law is law. Our TK and TCE Act describes genetic resources as microorganisms, plants, and animals. So that is law. We cannot escape from developing a regulation to address microorganisms, plants, and animals. Now, what's the role of IP? IP regime protects investment in R&D. What does that imply? If we are shy and cowards to develop this law, no serious investor will invest in R&D on animal genetic resources. What's the dilemma? Genomics means that by the time we wake up, all our animals that are climate smart shall have been, whatever, I don't know what to say. It has, so we have to develop a law for animal breeders' rights to encourage investment in R&D in animal breeding. Is it workable? Yes. With assistance of WIPO, we can easily domesticate the Bulgarian law that is very clear on breeders' rights, both plant and animal breeders. We can easily also borrow from the ZEC law. It's very clear. It's talking about plant and breeders' rights. What will happen? CAFIS will change to CAFIS. Instead of being Kenya Plant Health Inspector Service, it shall change to Kenya Animal and Plant Health Inspector Services. The only problem is we stick in silos. I raise my case.
Thank you very much. This has been a great opportunity for us to share in this area of natural products, product development. I think for me, from a scientific standpoint, it's just to state that herbal and traditional medicine works, and that all we need is to provide scientific evidence to support this, so that we can be able to integrate herbal and traditional medicine into the mainstream healthcare system. If we can do that, then we'll have contributed significantly to the healthcare of the persons of this country. Actually, this is entrenched in the Vision 2030 and also in the Big Four agenda. If we can be able to do that, then we'll have created a solution. I invite you to a conference, the Kemri Annual Scientific Health Conference, which is going to take place on the 14th to the 16th of February at Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi, where we'll discuss more on COVID-19 therapeutics from natural products. Asante, Chair.
I think one thing we have achieved in this meeting is to put a focus on the need to open up a new subsector of the economy. That is actually how we can tap into our genetic resources and turn some of these things into products. And I think there's also a need now to come up with a list of low-hanging fruits, because when you have investors in the room who are interested in what is actually there in the area of genetic resources, and associated indigenous knowledge. What do we have in Kenya that an investor can quickly, tap into? And in this regard, I think the meeting actually talked about the possibility of having treatment against diabetes, or at least preparations that are aimed at, and diabetes is also a big problem in the world. So it is something worth putting on a list. And the other thing is, we have had also during this meeting about the baobab tree, which contains probably the highest concentration of vitamin C in nature, much more than blackcurrant, much more than kiwi. So we have things that we need to put on a list that we can easily present to those who are interested in investing in this area. But otherwise, I'd like to thank everybody who has come and contributed to putting spotlight on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can take your seats, and I think Dr. Daracha, the communique is over. For rapporteurs who took the note, the communique is over. Makeria, come and... Makofi.
Hey, I see why you're OGW. You've managed that extremely well. Round of applause for Dr. Savaka. OGW. OGW. I know what OGW is. You know the golden warrior. Am I right? Sindio? You are right. Yeah. Hey, Bana. Trieda Shure. I will go to the Alliance. Nowadays people talk about the Alliance. I went to Strathmore. Yeah, Strathmore, Oh, Masen on the hour. What was Masen on the hour? St. Mary's Yala. What do I say? No one speaks so well. All right, guys, it was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? I think I'm seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, because there was so much happening, but we have now narrowed it down. You can see it's being narrowed down. And we have a session on Friday to be able to actually talk about the implementation and what we're going to implement. How we're going to implement, what we're going to implement, and how we're going to implement it. There's a lot of work still to be done, though, and tomorrow morning we shall be hearing from the young champions. And they're here, I can see them, the young champions, Wako Hapa. We'll be having a session with them after the rapporteurs have given us a brief, in 9 in the morning here. So please, let's plan to be here. Then at 11 o'clock, we shall up and go to have an excursion at in Malindi, a place called Arabuko Sokoke. You ready for that? I understand some of you still have not signed up. Who hasn't signed up? Why haven't you signed up? Please sign up. Where's the form? Where's the form? Oh, she has it over there. All right. So thank you, Innocent. Just the Ma community over here have put their hands. And anybody else there? Just please, it's good that we have the names down. Oh, my goodness, Catherine does not put her name down. Please make sure that you do that. Then all rapporteurs, please remain behind immediately after this as we go for tea. All rapporteurs, please remain behind briefly. Benson Boro is going to have a session with you. It's going to be brief, don't worry. You'll still be able to see the sea. You'll still be able to see the sea. And then finally, we would like to tell you that we need to continue tweeting. And are we okay on that? We're not trending today, eh? You guys have not, you're not done, eh? You guys are not retweeting. Eh? Juliana, we're not retweeting, we're not trending. We are? Oh, okay, good. Huh? 8 p.m. program. Oh, NPI. Yeah, NPI, my friend. Yeah, it's, what is he saying? Is he saying NPA? NPI. Oh, yes, it's NPI, I thought so. Oh, I'm sure it is NPI. All right, so I think at some point it will going to come up. Please continue tweeting. I've not seen anybody with pictures of them having fun. Maybe your food, the food that you ate. Oh my goodness, I had lobster yesterday. I need to make sure I put that picture. It was a very good one, wasn't it? You have my picture. Oh, good. Yes, all right. Hey, Daktari. Uko sawa? Anything? Uko sawa kamsa? We can release guys for tea, guys. We can release you for tea and one other thing. Swimming. Ah, Dr. Lewa. Have you forgotten? Oh, implementable. Okay, here we go. We're training at what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. Oh, guys. How many of you like football? How many of you like enjoy football? How many have been following AFCON? Am I the only one? Hey, tonight, Senegal versus Burkina Faso. Eh? I'm a Senegal guy. Me to a Senegal. At 7 p.m. 7 p.m. you can watch it on K24 or any of those other channels that show it, that will show it live. All right? On DSTV. If you are staying here, you can watch it on DSTV on SuperSport. Okay. Young champions also behind Dr. Taracha would like to meet you briefly. He'll be leading that session tomorrow with you. All right. Any other questions? We're good? Are you happy? Oh, what do you want us to do? Oh, I read one. Oh, let me read one. The African Voice says most speakers at the NPI program event are agreeing that African indigenous vegetables have been neglected, yet they are very nutritious with high potential to increase the per capita incomes of smallholder farmers in Kenya. Oh, wow, okay. With NPI program event, Kenyans will improve their livelihoods or their living standards since they will be empowered. And one last one there. Pastoralists as stewards. We did that one earlier. Give me another one. Yeah, there. That one. That's a good one. Digitization of already existing indigenous knowledge is in the community is key to some information. As some information is soon becoming extinct. Oh, okay. E.g., a known Maasai tree named the Leshwa with natural fragrant scent. Okay, there you go. Nice pictures there. Thank you. Very good pictures. Yes. There you are, Bona Kimalet. Are you seeing yourself? Nothing about us without us. That was very nice. That was a very good quote. Who did that one? It was me, my friend Wilson. Nothing about us. Was it Wilson? It was Eric, eh? It was Eric. Yes.
Nothing about us.
Kube. Ka? Yours was a different one. Okay, anyway, that was a very good quote. We don't want to become part of the product, but part of the process. This is the first meeting of indigenous peoples have been appreciated. Oh, wow. It's the first time they've been appreciated. Manakobe, you said very well. All right, so that's basically what people are talking, and I don't know why you're not retweeting. These are such wonderful, powerful statements. Very good content. Let's retweet. Let's get our people out there to retweet. We need to keep this information going on even into the night so that we can continue being on top of mind of everybody. Thank you, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Have a great evening. Let us see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Go and swim. Oh, you have a question regarding tomorrow?
No. I want to find out what are the arrangements for the Arab Kosovo visit?
Okay, the arrangements, I cannot answer that question. Innocent, what are the arrangements? In terms of what? Oh, okay. Who? Okay, but Dr. Taracha.
Innocent and our colleagues from, who is Dr. Lewa?
NPI, please let us. Lewa has just walked out.
Director Kalume.
Dr. Kalume.
There are people who will speak better than one.
Where are they?
Where is Director Kalume?
He's out, or he out.
Can somebody call him in? This is important before they're the ones hosting us.
Well, basically, we're going to get into a bus, we're going to go there, we're going to meet the people, and then we come back. It's pretty much that. What exactly did you need to know?
Call them Okuje.
Do I need to come in a suit?
Oh, that's a very good question. Please come in sneakers or open sandals or things like this. We're going into the village. Yeah, we're going to the village. Come in dress loose. Dress loose. Don't come in high. Please, girls, don't come in heels. Do not come in heels. Unapenda heels. Hey, Madam Waziri, no heels, eh? Yeah. Come. Trousers would be nice. Well, will they allow us with trousers? Is it a community that will not allow? That's the other question.
So
all right.
I see him.
You see him?
Let me explain.
Okay.
Director Kalume. Kindly kuja ujuze hawa
juu ya kesho.
Kuhusu kesho.
My names are Ishmael Kalume Benjamin. I'm the County Director for Culture and Heritage in Kilifi County. Tomorrow we are going
Checkpoints
to
gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad.